Orcs' Pride by Celeste King, Orc Warriors of Protheka.
So, Samara, what are your thoughts on brutish orcs who take what they want?
Do you really think that's the entire premise of the Orc Warrior stories?
Then enlighten me, sweetheart.
These stories are about seeing the value in something even if it's different from what you're used to, recognizing something as beautiful whether or not it's fragile or dangerous, and loving it no matter the risks.
Sounds vaguely familiar. And if it's something that you want to get into, you can find the Orc Warriors of Protheka on worldsofprotheka.com.
That's right. Read the stories you love on our channel, and more when you go to worldsofprotheka.com and get the Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle with an additional 30% off if you apply discount code YouTube30.
Thank you for choosing Celeste King's Orcs' Pride, and enjoy. Chapter 1. Pitha. The sun crests over the horizon, bathing the dark night sky with deep reds and pinks that drown out the shimmering stars overhead. The sight reminds me of the battlefield, the ground coated in the blood of dark elves and their crushed supporters at my feet. It isn't a secret that orcs and dark elves have been at war for longer than anyone can remember. Yet they're still foolish enough to keep trying to massacre us. Since taking over the borders that oversee the Dark Forest, there have been too many of those vagrants who have tried to break our lines and force the war to reach the smaller bases in the north and south of our region, neither of which have been breached as of yet. It's a fool's mission, really. But that doesn't stop the Dark Elves from trying and failing. No matter how many times they've come after us, it always ends in a bloodbath. Every single time. Some days it fuels me, seeing the dark ruby liquid spattering over my clothes and weapons. Other days it enrages me, the audacity they have to think that they're better than us, stronger than us. It's all a part of their game to wear us down over time and make us believe that giving up is the better option. It isn't and never will be. If I have to fight to the death to save my brethren from facing the same cruelties that so many of our species have, then so be it. I'll fall on the sword and take my enemies with me. With the morning light brightening the sky overhead, I make my way from my sleeping quarters to the mess hall in the center of the encampment. This isn't a large base by any means, but since we've only been using it to keep track of the dark elves trying to cross the borders, it served its purposes. A few other orcs are out wandering this early, all of which nod to me in respect. "Good morning, chieftain." I nod back. "Morning." Reaching the mess hall, the warm aromas of breakfast hit me and caused my stomach to grumble. It's been a while since I've had time to stop by here, and my body has sorely missed it. With Gore and I out tracking dark elves, we've seldomly had time for a freshly cooked meal. Rations will only hold you off for so long before they get stale and unfulfilling. I take my seat at one of the stools by the counter, nodding to the few cooks that spot me. A plate of food is brought out to me before I have any time to contemplate on what exactly I'm in the mood for. "Got you one of everything, sir." One of the younger orcs, a child named Balar, grins at me. Amused, I reach for my fork and stab at a larger piece of meat. "Good on you." He leaves me be at that, much like everyone around here does. I prefer it that way. I'm not much of a conversationalist, and the times I do engage, it's typically only to Gore, my second, and mostly while we're discussing strategy for the battlefield. Could I be a little more social? I suppose, but that isn't going to rid ourselves of the dark elf problem, so why bother wasting my energy? Besides, my clan needs a strong leader, not one that sits around to chat all day. What kind of protector would that make me? A completely useless one. On the other side of the hall, the doors fly open and slam against the walls. Turning on my stool with my fork drawn up to my mouth, I spot Gore. His eyes search for a second before landing on me. "We have a problem." Frowning, I get up immediately, tossing my fork. I don't ask questions, letting him lead me out of earshot of the civilians. His shoulders are pulled back tight, a posture that I've come to know very well with how much time we've spent together over the years. He stops right outside of the mess hall, turning to me. Dark elf traces were spotted a few miles from here. My lips pull back from my teeth. Those two-faced maggots. We'd battled them only a few short days ago, which is why it surprises me that they've already come crawling out of whatever hole they spawned from to challenge us again. Dark elves, while magic users, have short reserves to rely on while in battle. They're only as good as their magic as far as I'm concerned, and once that's been exhausted, they're as tough as humans, which makes taking them out once they reach that point so easy. It's the getting there that's a hassle. They put up quite the fight, which if it were any other species, I'd admire as a valiant effort. How long ago? My hand is already reaching for the machete strapped to my hip. Few hours before sunrise. Barely a week out, and they're already looking to get slaughtered again. It makes me grin at the thought. Excellent. I can't wait to crush them beneath my boot. Gather the troops. We'll head out in 20 minutes. We head into the dark forest on mounts that carry us deep into the forest. Gore's intel is good, leading us on a trail that is ripe with dark elf energy. It surprises me at first that they've been able to get this far without any of us noticing beforehand, but then again, their magic can be powerful if left in the right hands. Their abilities are beyond my scope of understanding, but that doesn't make taking them out any less satisfying. I welcome the challenge, as do the rest of my troop. Once this world is finally rid of those disgusting maggots, that's the day I'll put my machete to rest and consider finding myself a nice place to retire to. Until then, I relish the feeling of blood coursing through my veins and the energy that fuels me from cutting them all down. I slow us to a stop as the forest grows denser and harder to navigate with our mounts. The trail still forges ahead of us, through the thicket and the curling vines that wrap around trees that block our way. We'll track on foot from here. They shouldn't be too far out. Movement catches my eyes, halting my tongue. My hand fists around the hilt of my machete, my leg coming over and swinging my body down to the ground. Behind me, my troop quiets, readying themselves as well. It wouldn't be the first time a dark elf has thought himself bold and approached us like this. If anything, it would give us a clean cut-through to capture and press him for information on where the rest of his horde is. Despite their tough exteriors, dark elves crack quite easily when it comes to torture. Unsheathing my machete, I hold it down to my side with a firm grip. Off to the left of me, I see a bush move slightly. It's a movement that would be lost if I hadn't been focusing on it so intently. I raise my weapon, moving as quietly as I can. The bush moves again, this time much more obvious. Slicing through it in a single hook of my wrist, I catch whatever is on the other side of it. A garbled noise fills my ears, a grin stretching over my face. Gotcha, you maggot. Pulling the bush apart, a mountain lion growls back at me. My machete is buried deep in its side, my hold of it forcing it down onto the ground. What? There is a rumbling laugh that filters through my troop. Pitha's caught himself a pet. I turn, glaring at Gore. Funny. He flashes me a grin. I am, yes. I rip my blade out of the mountain lion's side and hook it around the animal's throat, slashing it to put it out of its misery. There wouldn't be a way for it to have survived my initial cut through its hind anyway. Well, at least we know our chieftain can track animals. Might be good if one of the cooks runs out of meat for our stew. Another rumble of laughter from the troop. Rolling my eyes, I head back over to my mount, wiping my blade on my leg. If I'm an immovable mountain, Gore is certainly a rolling wind. You have a lot to say for someone who, just last week, almost pissed himself over a bat flying overhead. Gore frowns at me. That was different. We were in a cave. A cave with an exit that you ran quite quickly to. At that huff, I turn to grab the reins of my mount. Something pinprickles the back of my neck, causing me to turn again. Off in the distance, I see more movement. Another mountain lion? That doesn't make sense, though. They aren't pack hunters. I hold up my hand, silencing the others as they begin to chatter away. Something isn't right here. A sharp whistle cuts through the air, singing past me. My eyes widen as the arrow lodges itself into my mount's hind. Down.
Chapter 2. Dana. My lungs burn. It's already morning, but the light from overhead can barely be seen through the thick canopy of the trees that surround me on either side. I've been running for what feels like hours, narrowly escaping the dark elf patrol that had been stationed outside of their encampment. Their eyesight is unnaturally good, giving them an unfair advantage over someone like me, a plain human. The paper in my hand creases as I tighten my hold over it. The edges of it are jagged, torn right from the book I'd found it in. I hadn't taken the time to safely tuck it anywhere, and now that I'm out of that hellish place, I don't want to stop long enough to do so. I'm afraid that any second spared is a second closer that the dark elves pursue me further. There's no telling how long it will take them to notice that the page is gone, or that it had been taken from me. I've spent months working my way into the inner parts of that encampment, slowly gaining favours and trust that I could exploit later on down the road. When the time had finally come, I'd quickly snatched the page, a ledger of alliances that the dark elves had cultivated over the years, and quickly ran out of there. Thankfully, the encampment had bordered woods that seemed to stretch for miles on either side. It gave me enough cover to hide myself away and get to a safe place before I figured out which way to go to return back to Malik. Black spots dance in my vision, causing me to slow finally and find a tree to lean against. I suck much-needed air into my lungs, allowing myself a small respite before I needed to get going again. The page in my hands is thicker than more typical ones, most likely made of a nicer material that holds the ink better. I lift it, running my eyes over the scrawling words. It's in the dark elf's native tongue, something that I can't understand, let alone read. Malik, the orc who had sent me on this spy mission, he would be able to decode it. At least, I hope so, or else I've just spent the last few months being tortured for nothing. Wiping my arm over my brow, I straighten back up to keep moving forward. I fold the list and tuck it into my shirt, between the layers to keep it from getting ruined from my sweat. It's been a long time coming, getting this list. The allies of the Dark Elves have been a protected secret, one that they've been painstaking at keeping close to their chests, so someone like me couldn't come in and steal it. Before Malik had rescued me, I thought I'd live under the Dark Elves' thumb until the day I died. He'd given me a life, away from the torture and the experimentation that had been forced upon me from those sick monsters. I would never be able to thank him enough. He'd quite literally saved me for horrible things that still manage to give me nightmares to this day. I wouldn't wish that life on anyone, not even my worst enemy. A few months ago, Malik had gotten intel that there was a dark elf settlement that possibly had a ledger full of orcs and humans who were in leagues with them. How good that intel was, he wasn't sure at the time. But I'd been more than willing to risk myself if it meant paying him back a small sliver of what he'd given me. So, off I went. It had been horrible to be caught by the Dark Elves for the second time in my life, but thankfully, I'd been thrown in a prison and used as labour. It helped me bide my time until I could blend in enough and escape their prying eyes. Obtaining the page from the ledger had been the scariest thing I've ever done. But now that I have it, I know it's all going to be worth it. Once I hand it over to Malik, we'll stop this damn war. I stop short when I hear voices up ahead. Ducking behind one of the trees closest to me with a large trunk, I hunker down close to the ground. It makes me as invisible as possible while I'm out in the open like this. Thankfully, it's darker here in the shade and the sun hasn't fully risen yet. Patrolling this area is a waste of time. No one comes out this way. Shut it, or else we'll get in trouble. Patrols. Least they hadn't been set out to come look for me. I'm not sure how long it'll take for anyone to notice the page from the ledger missing, but it wouldn't be long before my own absence would be noticed. There is no telling how much the Dark Elves will care if they discover me missing. Sending out a party to come find me might be more hassle than it's worth. As long as they don't suspect me of taking the page, I should be fine. The Dark Elves cross through the forest at a lazy pace, clearly neither of them concerned with coming into contact with anything dangerous out here. Must be nice. Though now that I know they're out here wandering around, I'm going to have to take the long way back to Malik's camp. I don't want to accidentally lead them right back. The last thing I want is for any of those orcs to be hurt due to my stupidity. Once the dark elves are out of earshot, I pull myself up from the ground and start to make my way through the forest again. It's quiet out here, unnaturally so. I try to not let that get to me, because even if there are predators out here, which I know for a fact is true, I can't let them realise how vulnerable I am. I could have taken a weapon before I'd left the encampment, but even with me slipping in and out of there like I had, it would have been risky. Even an ounce more of time wasted could have gotten me caught. So for now, I'd need to be careful. Though I suppose if anything happens, I'll try my best to fight. Excuse me. I whip around, holding my fists up in defence. I blink at the man in front of me, a human who is only a little taller than I am. Are you lost? Lost? I look down at myself and my haphazard clothing. I guess I can see why he'd think that, especially with how insane I probably look. My eyes dart around, looking for the patrol from behind, thankfully seeing nothing. No, I'm okay. He steps towards me, a concerned look on his face. Why don't I take you back to my camp? Get you warm and cleaned up? I back up instinctually. There's something in the way he says that, a voice in the back of my head that is immediately triggered, that makes me nervous. Why is he out here alone? Forget about me. Looking him over, he's wearing rather nice-looking clothing. His hair is also brushed and put together while there isn't a single stain anywhere on him. No dirt marks, no signs of him having to survive out here in the wild like a human on the run. Nothing. A pit settles in my stomach. I'm good. Thank you, though. Hey, it's okay. His hand moves quicker than I'm expecting, wrapping around my arm. There's nothing to be scared of. I try to jerk away from him, gasping when his grip simply tightens. Didn't you hear me? He tilts his head. Let's go back to my camp. Oh, to hell with this. I shove my entire body at him, knocking both of us down to the ground. He grunts under me, flattened by me landing on top of him. It gives me the split-second head start I'm looking for and allows me to break free from his hold. Pushing myself up from the ground, I sprint away from him, ignoring his calls after me. Hey, wait! Blast it. This guy is going to get the attention of those dark elves. What an idiot. I run faster, letting my body do the work while only focusing on avoiding running into anything else. Whoever that man is, he's dangerous. That wild look in his eyes isn't just there out of concern. There's something wrong with him. And I'm not sticking around to find out what that is. I get far away enough that I stop hearing his feet stomping after me. Slowing down so I can quiet my own footsteps, I creep along a more overgrown part of the forest. It's hard to navigate, and ends in me having to throw myself through an entangled set of bushes. Thankfully, it gives way, though, to a small part of the forest that is clear from brush. My hand subconsciously comes up to pat the letter against my chest. Still there. Good. I sag against one of the trees closest to me. Maybe now would be a good time to pull out my map and see how far I need to go to get back to Malik. Just as I'm about to reach into my pocket, I hear the telltale sounds of footsteps coming my way. My heart rate spikes up, causing me to stumble away from the tree and run in the opposite direction. Whoever, or whatever that is, isn't going to get me. Pushing through another part of overgrowth, I feel sharp branches slice through my hands, stinging while blood runs down my skin. Damn it! Suddenly the world around me falls. My body is pitched forward, the ground leaving me as I step onto a pile of leaves. The hole under me opens up, swallowing me whole and dragging me down into the dark abyss below.
Chapter 3. Pitha. By the war god, Gore bellows, yanking his mount away from the barrage of arrows flying at us. The rest of my troops scatter, going off in different directions while the arrows sing through the trees, landing with hard thunks against the trunks behind us. Grabbing my machete, I pull the cording from around my wrist and attach it to the hole at the hilt, spinning the blade over my head. Arrows skate off of it, pieces of the wooden shafts raining over me. My mount is long gone by now, hopefully with less injuries than the arrow sunken into its hind. Replacing them is a pain and a half. I'd much rather it run away than continue to be pelted with arrows. To the left of me, I hear Gore slash through the underbrush, clearing a way back towards me. "Come out, you warriors!" As the arrows let up, I dive through a patch of shrubs to keep cover over me. With a twerk of my wrist, I catch the handle of my machete, letting it come to rest against my thigh. With the cover of the trees overhead, it makes it difficult to see much other than slight movement. Dark elves are masters at moving among the shadows, keeping to places where even my eyes can't reach. The only thing we have up against them is our brute strength. Not one species on this planet can compete with that. Breathing in the earthy scents of the forest, I move through the trees. I spot a dark elf, crouched low to the ground with a bow in hand and an arrow pointed ahead of him. It's hard to keep quiet with my big body, but I manage to sneak behind him and grab a fistful of his hair. He lets out a yelp, the arrow flying off his bow and shooting through the trees. "Blast!" I hear Gore snap. Hopefully that didn't hit anything vital. I slam the dark elf down onto the ground, crushing his head with my fist. It splits easily enough, the meat and juice from inside of his skull coating my fingers in a thin layer of slim. The feel of it makes me smirk in satisfaction. One down, a few more to go. Behind me, I hear a soft rustling. With my other hand, I throw my machete towards it, watching as the blade cuts through brush easily before hitting something on the other side. A garbled groan fills my ears, following the sound of a body hitting the ground with a dull thud. 2 down. "Tie them up," I hear Gore demand on the other side. "That's the last of them." Pulling away from the dead dark elf, I shake my hand clean and move through the vegetation to retrieve my machete. I find it embedded deep into the chest of another dark elf, this one still breathing with eyes wide and staring up at the canopy. "Oh?" I pull it out of the monster's chest, watching the blood pool from his wound and his mouth. He chokes on it. "Still hanging on, I see. How unfortunate for you." His eyes slide over to me, widening more. It's always entertaining to me when dark elves realize they're far more outmatched than they accounted for. Orcs get a bad reputation for being brutes, sure, but we are more than capable of organizing and overtaking just as much as they are. Though I suppose being underestimated does have its perks sometimes. Like now. If I didn't have places to be, I pressed the tip of my blade against his neck, watching rivulets trail down his dark skin. I'd savor this a little more. "Pitha," Gore calls to me. "Here." I call back, mainly to reassure him I'm not dead, as if I'd let myself get wiped out so easily. "Please." The dark elf coughs up more blood. It makes me grimace. Pathetic. With a swift movement, I catch his throat with my blade and slice it. The life drains from his eyes quickly, and he's left staring unseeing up at the trees surrounding us. If I had it my way, I'd drag them all back to base and have them strung up in the middle of the center square to be tortured at everyone's convenience. Sure, it might be a little early to introduce the children to such heinous displays, but that's never stopped the dark elves now, has it? So why should we be any less bloodthirsty? "Pitha," Gore calls again. Rolling my eyes, I wipe my blade clean on the dark elf's coat and head back through the brush. "I told you I'm here." "Well, I didn't see you. Forgive me for worrying," comes his annoyed response. It has me smiling, despite the situation presented to me. As much of a hard front as my second likes to put on, his loyalty to me is commendable, even if half the time I'm a monster myself. At Gore and the rest of my troops' feet are 2 dark elves with ropes tied around them. They both cower as we close in on them, making a tight circle that is more intimidating than anything. "What's this?" Gore puts both hands on his hips, a small cut on his chest visible. They were trying to run away. I scoff. How dishonorable. What is the point in picking a fight if you can't finish it yourself? If you decide to pick up a blade, You better be ready to die by it. That's how battle should be. If you aren't ready to be put to death on the battlefield, then stay home with the rest of the children. I see. Glancing around my troop, I take them all into account. Good. No one's been taken down. Why don't we take them back to base? See if they really think going up against us orcs is smart. Laughter rumbles through my troop, delighting me. Though I may be the most bloodthirsty out of all of us, at least I'm not in the minority when it comes to punishing our enemies. All of us have our own story, our own harrowing tale on why our vindication to eradicate the dark elves is so strong. I haven't met a single soul yet, aside from the children born in recent years, that hasn't been affected by them in some way. It's enough of a motive for me to continue to fight for my people, no matter the cost to me. In the end, I'm willing to die protecting the clan, and that's what being a chieftain means. Glancing around, I realize that none of us have mounts. Well, that's inconvenient. Silent. One of the youngest of the troop straightens up. Yes, sir. Go and gather the mounts with Rakarn. Bring them back to base and make sure any wounds are taken care of. Glancing over them, I snort. And clean yourselves up. Yes, sir. They echo back to me. They head off through the trees, their weapons balancing on their shoulders as they go. As the sound of them fades, I turn back to Gore. We'll drag these two back to camp. I'm sure they'll have much to say once we get them strung up on the rack. He chuckles at me. The rack? Oh, you're in a good mood today. It's obviously a jest, but he's not far off. Though my breakfast this morning had been interrupted, there's nothing more fulfilling than the screams of dark elves first thing after waking up. Of course, some of the others on base don't share the same sentiment, but they're in the minority on that front. Of course, what these dark elves will actually provide for us when it comes to intel will vary. Judging by their clothing, they aren't high-ranking, which doesn't matter. Any information about the schemes of their predecessors is good information to me, even if at the time of receiving it, it seems insignificant. I found over the years that the pieces to the puzzle will eventually reveal itself. Patience isn't my strongest virtue, but that's what I have Gore for. All right, let's head back. The dark elves both flinch when I step forward towards them. You can't take us back to your camp, one of the shouts. I laugh. Good thing you aren't going to a camp. I'll be taking you to my base. The other one shudders at the mention of an orc stronghold. Good. They should both be terrified. I grab one of them by the hair, dragging him behind me and through the dirt and sharp thicket. Come along now. We can't keep the others waiting. Behind me, Gore lets out a small chuckle. That's one way to carry them. Looking over my shoulder, I grin. Hurry up.
Chapter 4. Dana. I lay there for a while, pain shooting through my spine and down to my lower back with each draw of my lungs. It doesn't feel like anything's broken, but given that I haven't had the courage to move yet, that assessment can soon change. Above me, the trees rustle with a soft wind that flows by, kicking up some of the leaves that had hidden the trap from view. They float over me like petals, coming to rest over my face and chest. Damn it. Of all things to run into, it had to be a hidden trap. Slowly lifting myself up, my back screams from the movement. I choke out a cough, getting my lungs back to working again to pull in my air into my body. I'm sore, but still alive. At least that's a plus. Craning my neck up again, I listen for the sounds of those battle cries in the distance, hearing nothing. Either I was successful in getting away from them, or I was too far underground level to hear anything. I hope it isn't the latter. Being stuck in the middle of some kind of battle that would ultimately end in me either getting captured as war fodder or killed as calamity would make this entire situation all for nothing. I can't disappoint Malik like that. I wouldn't. My hands find the side of the hole where the dirt is less firm and easier to dig through. A root brushes against my fingers, thick and strong enough for me to grab onto and haul my body upright. It's painful and leaves me gasping for a few seconds while my vision swims. testing my limbs one at a time. I come to realise that while my leg aches painfully when I put pressure on it, it isn't broken or snapped at a weird angle. A plus, even if it's inconvenient and will slow me down, though as long as I get this list to Malik, it will all be worth it. Following the root up, I tug at it harder to knock some of the dirt away from where it clings. It seems to reach high enough for me to get out of the hole, but the only question is, will it hold me? I'm slim, but I still have plenty of muscle on me that makes me less than lightweight. I pat the spot over my chest, making sure that the piece of paper is still where I'd tucked it. It crinkles slightly in my ear, giving me relief than I expected it to. Months of hard work, months of exhausting myself to the point where I felt like I'd die at times. This little piece of paper is the only proof I have of any of it. Hooking my foot on the side of the root that's thickest, I step down and haul myself up against the dirt wall. It's an awkward angle, but it gives me enough leverage to shimmy up along the wall. Since the canopy overhead is so entangled, very little light comes through, making it next to impossible to see exactly where I'm going. My hand brushes along the dirt, tracing the edges of the other roots that have entangled themselves together, creating some kind of barrier to keep the dirt from moving around too much. There's a soft crack under my feet that had me clinging onto what little hold I have, my heart lurching in my chest at the noise. Damn! The root collapses, coming right out from under me and slamming me back down into the hole. I cough as dirt rains over me, coating me in a fine layer that gets into my eyes and nose. This can't be happening. Getting trapped down here until I rot away is the worst way to go. Unless a predator finds me first. I shiver at the thought. Or worse, a dark elf discovers me and takes me back to their settlement to do whatever they want with me. I need to get out of this damn hole before any of that happens. I think she's over here, I hear a voice say from overhead. The blood in my veins freezes. That sounds like the man from earlier. Had he followed me? I could have sworn I knocked him out cold. Maybe I hadn't hit him hard enough. A face appears suddenly, shadowed by the poor lighting overhead. There you are. My back presses into the side of the hole, moulding myself as much as I can into the dark shadows. His face is barely visible, but I can see enough of him to notice the smile glossing his face, as if he's proud to have found me. Had the dark elves sent him after me? The thought bangs around inside of my head, over and over again. No, 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 no. This can't be happening. All this work, all of my time spent not getting caught, all to be dashed away from being stuck in a freaking trap in the ground and sitting here like a piece of meat, waiting for predators to come have their pickings. Oh! He laughs at me, not happy to see me. Screw you, I hiss back. If you bring me back to that settlement, I'll make myself your worst nightmare. That draws another laugh out of him. I like your spirit, unfortunately. His head snaps forward, his body suddenly collapsing on the ground he'd just been standing on. One of his arms hangs over the edge of the hole, dangling limply. I stare at it wide-eyed. What the hell? There's some rustling above me, a few specks of dirt raining down as the man's body is slowly dragged away from the edge and out of view. Bile crawls up my throat. Had the dark elves followed him? Is that who he'd been talking to? Oh, gods. A hooded figure appeared over the edge, small stature, and with their face shrouded completely. They let something drop down from their hands before disappearing again. I reached for it, instantly recognizing the texture of the woven material. A rope? Hello? I call up to them. No one answers me. I look back to the rope again, testing it with a firm tug. Well, that's one way to get me out. Once I reach the surface, I'm going to have to make a run for it. If there were indeed dark elves waiting for me up there, I'm not making my capture easy for them. They're going to have to work for it. The best chance I'll get at evading them is by taking them by surprise. With a firm hold on the rope, I climb up the side of the hole. It's hard when the dirt around me crumbles at the slightest pressure from my footing, but I manage to make it up to the surface only slightly out of breath. My hands dig through the fallen leaves for purchase, finding another root that helps haul me up over the top and onto firm ground once more. My body rolls onto my hands and knees, already pushing myself up into a crotch as I scan the area. Surprisingly, there isn't anyone but me and the cloaked figure with the body of the man they'd hit at their feet. When they turn to me, I freeze in place. They're much smaller than I'd originally observed. In their hand is a short knife that is tilted down at the earth. It makes me wary, but they aren't pointing it at me yet. At their feet is a shovel with the metal part of it pointing in the opposite direction, as if it had been tossed away. I wet my chapped lips. "Who are you?" They shake their head at me. "Go." Female? That surprises me more. What is a woman doing out here in the middle of the forest, wandering far enough to come upon us and have the tools to take him out? Pulling myself up onto my feet, I shove down the questions that are boiling to the surface. There's no time to stop and chit-chat. If this woman is indeed giving me a head start on whatever is coming to claim me, I need to take it. "I'll take care of this," she tells me, waving her hand. "Go. Be careful." For some reason, those words touch me. She has no idea who I am, and yet she rescued me and wished me farewell. Whoever this woman is, she's someone I will never forget. Without another word, I turn and sprint away from her and the man still lying motionless at her feet. There is no part of me that feels sorry for him. If he'd come to fetch me and bring me back to the dark elves, then I wished nothing but misery for him. To betray your own kind like that for beings that couldn't care whether we lived or died by their hands was disgusting. I have no respect for humans who sympathise with monsters. The pain in my leg makes it hard to run fast, or for very long. Within a few minutes, I'm already winded and limping severely while trying to keep myself upright. As long as I keep moving, I'll stay ahead. My only hope is that I'm not easily tracked. Dark elves, while still magic users, had a harder time using it to track people. I don't know what it is about that kind of magic, but for some reason, it takes a lot out of them when they use those particular spells. For once, I have the advantage. I don't know these woods, but I know how not to be found. Up ahead, I see lights peeking through the tree line. Squinting at it, I realise that it isn't the sun coming through but something else that's more artificial. A camp. Leaning against a tree, I stop to let myself relax for a moment. A camp either meant travelling bandits or orcs, both of which made me wary. While I work for an orc myself, I hardly trusted anyone other than him. I'm far away from Malik's settlement, so I know for a fact this isn't his. Who then? Trailing through the trees quietly, I come to the edge of where the light touches the forest. The camp is in the middle of a small clearing, crunched together in the tight space. From the smell of the cooking, and how large the tents seem to be, I can tell there are orcs in there. Should I approach? Orcs, while generally unbothered by humans, didn't take too kindly to intruders. Even if we share a mutual enemy, that doesn't mean that they will be friendly towards me. If anything, they'll take one look at my injured self and throw me back out into the wilderness for the other predators to have their fun with. I test my leg again, feeling the shooting pain rocket up my leg. Damn! If only I had a way to sneak in and steal some supplies from them, even if it only lasted me the night. "What's this?" a voice called from behind me. A hand fists in my hair, hauling me back from the camp's edge. I scream, my feet leaving the ground and an arm coming around to crush me against a thick chest. Orc. Damn. A spy? You know what we do to those girl? I don't have the chance to yell at him. Before I know it, he's dragging me into the camp.
Chapter 5. Pitha. The dark elves hiss as I approach their cage. A pair of orcs carry it into our makeshift command tent, waiting for my directions on where to put our prisoners. The prisoners in question raise their hands as if to cast a spell. I cross my arms across my bare chest and wait. The fear in their eyes is delicious as they realize they have no power here. Perhaps on their old world they could pull magic from thin air, but without those pretty stones around their necks or tucked into their pockets, there's nothing for them here. Have their elders even bothered to tell them? Or are they counting on defeating us before it matters? "Put them here," I command. "In the corner, out of the way." What are they without their petty sorcery? Nothing more than humans. Perhaps even less useful, because at least humans are adapted to this world. They cling to their fading magic because it's all they have. We also lost our magic here, but orcs were never at magic's mercy. Not like the dark elves. I can't wait for this planet to devour all of their dark powers. Once we're on even footing, there's no possible way they'll prevail. Until that day, we'll root them out of the world like the snakes they are. Mako, one of my best soldiers, tosses the cage down without much care. One of the dark elf's shoulders slams into the other's chin. They're dressed exquisitely, in silks and slippers. A very small part of me almost feels pity for how far they've fallen, but a larger part remembers how close they came to killing all of my men. These must be officers, or at least well-connected elves. Hopefully I'll be able to glean something of value out of them. It's not nice, is it, being at the mercy of someone else? They don't answer. I didn't expect them to. Not yet. I hold the gaze of the one with the long white hair. He's proud, but faltering. I let a victorious smile show on my face. He's nearly halfway to breaking, and when he does, I'll take his entire sad little clan with him. Keep them in there and make sure they're well fed. We'll get answers out of these dogs soon. It's an intimidating display spoken to great effect, but it's interrupted by a chaotic shout from beyond the tent. "Ow! The deceiver take you!" Mako raises his scar-slashed eyebrows. Something outside the tent is pissing Gore off, but Gore is often pissed off. It could be anything from a bear attack to a poorly placed tree root. It doesn't sound like an emergency, at least from the way the others are laughing, but it does sound like something I need to attend to. With a sigh, I stroll out of the tent and into a scene I couldn't have dreamed up if I tried. Gore, massive, bloodthirsty Gore, my trusted second-in-command, is being attacked by some sort of rabid, bald raccoon. From my angle, I can only see that he's holding something very angry and very squirmy at arm's length. An emaciated wolf? No. A human. Her shoulder-length bluish-black hair swings as she launches another vicious kick. Gore nearly stumbles. Either he's severely ill, or she's impossibly strong. What is this? There is nothing about this that isn't confusing. Where did the human come from? And how is she capable of hurting a full-grown orc? "This is a beast," Gore snaps. The woman kicks him yet again, and this time he raises his hand to strike the tiny creature. "Enough," I order. She's strong, but it isn't a fair fight. One blow from Gore is likely to snap her spine in two. Fighting dark elves or other orcs is one thing, and one of life's greatest pleasures, but harming something helpless. "Ow!" Gore growls in frustration. "Can I please just shake her or something?" Okay, maybe not helpless. Still, hurting something smaller than I am doesn't feel right, and I won't allow my men to do so either, even when they're practically begging me with their eyes for permission. "That's enough from you too," I tell her, approaching cautiously. She's so small. It's a shock to see her eyes, so vibrant and seething with life and rage. They look like they should belong to a creature much less fragile. I've seen wolves with a less vicious stare. Gore holds her at a greater distance, but she seems done with kicking for now, content to glare in my direction. "She's a spy," he spits. "I found her in the middle of the forest, trying to escape. There's no way she survived on her own. She must have been in league with the dark elves." Her eyes snap to Gore, burning with fury. "I don't work for elves." The contempt in her voice is convincing, even if the evidence is not. She wouldn't be the only human working with the elves. How many humans had we seen at their sides as they scurried about in the forest like the cowards they were? And how many times have I seen humans dressed in rags, begging for help, only to turn around and betray us to their dark masters? Humans and elves might not be equally powerful, but they're equally devious. They've had to be, I suppose. Orcs are able to survive on brute strength, and because of that, are more honest, blunt. Dark elves and some humans, of course, think that makes our kind dullards. If that's what this human believes, then she's in for a rough awakening. Don't lie to me, I demand. Who are you working for? She doesn't answer, and I can feel my jaw clench. These elves, or others? I already told you. I would never betray my people like that. And who exactly are your people? I look around the woods. I don't see anyone here but you and my people. There are no known human settlements nearby. Even if you came alone, the elves would have picked you up. There's no shame in survival. Just tell me the truth. The truth is that I would rather die than so much as look at a dark elf. It sounds like she means it, which must be a useful trait in a spy. I hate them, possibly more than you do. I very much doubt that. She's stubborn, I'll give her that. Interrogating her will be a war of wills, but one that I have no doubt I'll win. I try another track with her. What is your name, girl? There are soldiers standing beside me who would flinch if I used this tone on them, and she has the gall to scowl at me, as though she's sitting on a throne instead of being dangled by an orc who could snap her in two. Dana! Dana. I take a step forward until we are nose to nose. What in the name of Protheka are you doing in the forest, Dana? She juts her chin at me. Nothing. Stop lying. Who are you spying for? I watch her eyes carefully. They're pretty. Large, wide, teal eyes that lie as convincingly as her sweet, plump mouth. They're a cloth tied across her throat, like a little bow, like she's some sort of present. Gore, I say absently. Put her down, he protests. She'll run. She'll go nowhere. I lock eyes with her as he dumps her to the ground. She falls on her backside, and before she can scamper away, I put my hand against her shoulder. Kneel for me, Dana. She kneels. She glares, but she kneels. Lithe like a cat, she folds her legs beneath her knees and crosses her hands behind her back. Her hair swings as she moves, gently brushing against her covered shoulders. A sharp, vicious thrill skates down my spine, but I push it away. All I want from her are answers. Dana. My thumb traces her high cheekbone in a mockery of a caress. Today is not the day to test my patience. I have little enough of it as it is. Tell me why you are here, and what you were doing, and tell me the truth. She looks up at me through her long lashes, and lies. I was seeking shelter. I can't stop the laugh that escapes me. Shelter. Right. A lone human traveling in these woods would have their survival measured in hours, if not minutes. These aren't easy woods, not even for orcs. And how long have you been looking for shelter? I nod towards the tent with the dark elves inside. Since your masters were slaughtered? Or are you working for someone else? Please. She bows her head. The modest approach fits her as well as my broadsword would. Every delicate, melodious word only serves to infuriate me more. Does she think I'm a fool? She must. She lies as easily as I breathe. I'm hungry and tired. I was separated from my party and I was desperate for help. I'm desperate for help. Yes, I could see how helpless and desperate you were when you were nearly toppling my second-in-command over there. She's lying. I can feel it down to my bones. I release her shoulder and nod at Gore. Bring her to my tent. Her eyes flash with fear before she blinks it away, staring at me impassively, even as Gore hoists her back up by her legs so she can't kick him again, carrying her like a sack of wheat. For a strange moment, I almost want to reassure her, but fear is good. She has the sheer audacity to lie to my face in front of my men. Let's see if she can still lie after I'm done with her.
Chapter 6. Dana. The annoying orc, Gore, dumps me unceremoniously on the floor of the tent. He doesn't even bother to come inside, just sort of heaves me through the opening like he's offloading a sack of flour. I can feel my leg protesting already, not appreciating this second fall of the day. He leaves as suddenly as he arrives, and for a second, I wonder what the other orc must be planning to do to me, if he had gore bring me to his private tent. But I don't have time to worry about that. My heart is already racing, focused on another, more important problem. The list. The damned list which has caused me nothing but problems. It's almost aggravating how powerful a tiny piece of paper can be. I had shoved it into a little pocket of cloth sewn on the inside of my boot. There's little chance of anyone finding it there in such a discreet and unnoticeable hiding spot. However, the moment that the orc had swung me over his back like that, I felt the panic set in. Could it fall out? Was it still safe? The other orc from earlier, the scarred one with long dark hair, enters abruptly. I scramble to sit up, pretending to adjust myself. My hand slips inside my boot as I pull it higher on my leg. I barely conceal the relieved sigh that wants to slip out when my fingers brush over the paper. It's still there. For just a moment, my fingers linger there. I consider pulling it out and telling this other orc everything. He's obviously the leader or captain or whatever you want to call him. I could give it to him and be done with this mess. Let it be his responsibility to get word back to Malik, however he wants to do so. As for me, I've had just about enough. Maybe this is a task that's in his pay grade because it's certainly not mine. The thought only lasts a brief minute before it is cast aside. Entertaining as it may be, it's also ridiculous. I haven't forgotten the strange woman's warning. Trust no one. Enemies are everywhere. I'm to give the list to Malik directly, relying on no one else. I can't share it with this orc, or anyone. Even if I'd like to abdicate all responsibility, the burden is mine to carry. There's simply too much depending on this for me to quit now. Of course, what that means right now is that I'm stuck dangling on this hook. He's got me backed into a corner. I can't answer his questions without giving myself away, so just how am I getting out of here? Lucky for me, I've always been good at winging it. Are you in charge here? I ask, rising to my feet. Or is there someone above you? I probably won't trust them either, but I'd like to know just how high up the ladder I might be sent. He doesn't answer, just stares. I can't read his expression, but I note how carefully he masks his reaction. He doesn't let anything slip by that might give away his frame of mind. I'm curious what would give you the impression that you're here to ask questions, he notes calmly. You came to answer mine. I'm not about to engage in chit-chat with a spy. I'm a high enough rank to know better than that anyway. Despite his unruffled exterior, he suddenly spins on his heel. The motion is too fast for me to follow. The next thing I know, he's facing me again, and there's a strange whistling noise as something heavy comes whizzing past my ear. I can't help but flinch, instinctively drawing my arms and shoulders tight against my body to protect myself from the attack. When I can sense that the motion has stopped, I slowly turn my head to identify the source. A machete sticks out of the wooden frame of the tent, only about 2 inches from my head. The surface around it splinters away angrily from where the sharp blade has embedded itself. I can't help but think that it could have been my skull, fractured like that. I feel the blood drain from my face and shiver. Something in the orc's demeanour relaxes. He laughs to himself, boisterously, and I can't help but give him a confused look. Is he mad? The orcs are always a bit off, but this makes me particularly wary. All I know for sure is that I don't see the humour here. He doesn't leave me waiting for an explanation for long, however. Almost immediately, he stifles his laughter and simply shakes his head in disbelief. You're pathetic. Some spy you'd be, you just about pissed yourself at the first sign of danger. He scoffs again. I don't know what kind of lunatic shows up at a military battle line claiming to be a spy. Is this some strange death wish? An attempted suicide? For the first time, his expression is not entirely guarded, and I catch a glimmer of genuine curiosity in his eyes. He's wary, still trying to make sense of me, but also intrigued. I almost wish I could just tell him everything. But I can't. I don't know who this orc is. Not really. Not when so many of them are two-faced liars wearing the disguise of the military. His face stiffens at my silence. You better tell me why you're here while I'm still being nice about it. Who are you? He demands, his voice harsher than it has been. I'm not a spy, I begin. I want to point out that I never claimed I was. His men are the ones who keep insisting on it, not me. But it doesn't seem like a fact that will do much good, so I keep the correction to myself. I'm sorry, I admit. I can't tell you why I'm here or my purpose. But I'm not here to cause any harm to your efforts against the dark elves. I hate them too. He narrows his eyes at me, and I can only hope that the conviction in my voice has been enough to persuade him. At least he seems to be listening, so I try a new tactic. My name is Dana Hill, I offer, making a formal introduction. I hold out my hand, trying to prove that I come in peace. It doesn't work. His jaw locks as he takes 2 intimidating steps closer. I suck my breath in, trying not to look afraid. Straightening my spine, I meet his icy gaze determinedly. Recognizing the move, he quickly takes his power back. He grabs my chin roughly, leaning closer. Now I can't look away, even if I wanted to. It only takes a few seconds before I regret my choice, his gaze piercing straight through me. My discomfort must be obvious because he smirks condescendingly at me. Still, he doesn't look away, though by this point I wish that he would. I don't know what you've come here for, he finally admits. You're hiding something, but I can't work out what. I can't imagine it's a plan to hurt or double-cross me. You're too small. Why would they send someone like you? He muses. He drops my chin, and I rub the sore skin reflexively. I can still feel his fingers there, pressing in. Turning away to focus on his thoughts, he continues. 100 of you wouldn't be able to hurt someone like me. You can't be here to attack, he concludes. Then he turns around to face me again. I have no vital information, if you've come looking for secrets. He says it almost as if he's trying to be helpful. Like he's decided that I can't be a threat, and he's just offering suggestions to close the matter. He's curious, not concerned, and wants a resolution that gets me out of his hair. I'm not siding with the dark elves, I bellow, getting angry that he doesn't seem to be listening. I understand what he thinks, and in a lot of ways I can't blame him. He's convinced that I came here as a spy, albeit a worthless one, and can't seem to get that out of his head. The accusation isn't entirely illogical, but it pricks me in a way I can't define. I hate the dark elves, and to be accused so many times of siding with them has me seeing red. I'm not one who betrays my kind, I spit out, my voice venomous. The only way they're getting near me is if they line up and take turns waiting to flatter me. If I ever helped an elf, I'd feel more shame than the last person you bedded. That is assuming you ever have. His face lights up in amusement. Letting out a low whistle, he gives me a look of admiration. You can speak dirty with the best of them, he comments. And for a woman. I'm impressed. I can hold my own against any man, I snap back. Pointing out I'm a woman was unnecessary. I'm not good for a woman. I'm just good. He narrows his eyes again, evaluating me. I'm too angry at this point to shrink from his judgment, which he's determined to give anyway. I hate you, I announce. What kind of ruler are you? Surely there's someone above you with half a clue that I could have this discussion with. Then I see it. He wears the chieftain's emblem on his clothing. How could an orc like this lead an entire clan? I'm so frustrated I could scream, realising I'll never get around this annoying orc. It almost makes me wish for the orc I was kicking to come back. Almost. Chieftain, I mutter. Couldn't they find a rock or something to put the emblem on? Almost immediately, I regret the words. I'm so blinded by my anger that I'm not thinking straight, and I know damn well a comment such as that could get me killed. But he's unperturbed, not the slightest trace of annoyance on his face. In fact, he just laughs to himself, still looking amused. Then he swings me into his arms unexpectedly, cradling me like a baby. "Put me down," I demand in a shriek loud enough to probably be heard by Malik himself, wherever he is, because right now, the only thing that's going to save me is him coming to my rescue.
Chapter 7. Pitha. How did this human ever get recruited as a spy? Do the Dark Elves have no standards? Have they lost their minds as well as their magic since they came to Earth? She's so light in my arms, I might as well be holding an actual baby. Why would the Dark Elves send someone like this? What good could they possibly expect her to do? Obviously, being a spy would normally be punishable by death, but it's so hard for me to wrap my head around the idea that she poses any sort of threat. I'm so completely baffled by the entire situation that I'm still not sure what to do about it. Maybe Gore is wrong in his accusation. I like Gore well enough, and he has his uses, but I don't think his judgment is unflappable. When I look at this tiny, feeble woman, it's easy to believe that he must have made a mistake. And yet there's no way for her to come here unless she passed through Dark Elf territory. We're too far from where the humans live. No one could reach us without going through the Dark Elves first, and they would kill her on sight. How did she get by them alive unless she is one of them? Her presence is a fascinating puzzle. I'm eager to solve it, and if I'm being honest, only partly because it's my job. I'm intrigued by her. No matter which angle that I examine, I can't get everything to add up, and I want to know why. Since she won't give me a straight answer, I'll just have to pull it out of her myself. Still cradling her in my arms, I ignore her protests and carry her to my bed. Her eyes get wide when she realizes where I am taking her. She puts her hand on my chest, trying to push me away. I clamp my lips together, trying to hold in a chuckle. I can't decide which is funnier, the fact that she thinks I'm trying to sleep with her, or the fact that she thinks she could stop me. Both are so absurd that it's hard not to tell her so. The comment, however, will not help me in my investigation. Right now, that's my priority. If her behavior so far has been any indication, I'll have plenty of opportunities to laugh at her later. I drop her on the bed, noting how quickly her reaction changes. Her protests have failed, and all that is left for her is to stare at me with big, frightened eyes. She trembles when I sit beside her on the edge of bed, recoiling into the mattress. "What are you going to do to me?" Her voice is shaky, like the rest of her. Despite this, she holds up her hands as if prepared to attack, her fingers curled like claws. In a way, I can't help but admire her spirit. Misguided thought it may be. Still, if this is what the Dark Elves are working with, our success is as good as guaranteed. Something inside of me twinges with guilt, feeling bad for scaring such a tiny little thing. It's so easy that I can take no satisfaction in it. Instead, there's a certain shame, like I'm no better than a childhood bully. But she might be a spy, I remind myself. I have a job to do, and can't let myself be swayed by big, imploring eyes. She's such a bizarre mess of contradictions, which only adds to the sense of mystery. Humans are so weak, and yet the way she kicked Gore earlier would imply she's anything but. Her physical body doesn't have much strength, but she carries herself as though she is the fiercest warrior. Perhaps in her own mind she is. How can this woman be both a tiny, cute, harmless rabbit and a ferocious lioness all at once? It's confusing and captivating, perplexing and fascinating. I could just hand her back to Gore, let her be dealt with in the typical way. But then I'd lose the mystery she provides, and I'm not quite sure I want to do that. If nothing else, it's entertaining. I'll find out her secret myself. I stroke her leg, letting her overactive imagination fill in the rest. I am, of course, not actually going to take this woman against her will. But I'm not above letting her squirm in fear for a bit, and this is the one thing that she seems to respond to. I could threaten her life, but she doesn't even blink at that. Hell, she moved past me, throwing a machete at her in about 4 seconds. Doing my best acting, I give her an intimidating leer, curling my lip back. "Tell me everything. Don't make me do something I'll regret," I threaten, working my hardest to make it sound convincing. The fear in her eyes is palpable, so I'm caught completely by surprise when she pulls her knee clear into her chest and then kicks out as hard as she can. I don't budge, but I'm impressed by the effort. Even though she's scared to death, she managed to gather her wits enough to at least fight back. A useless gesture, but admirable. As far as I've ever seen, there are two kinds of human women. The kind who screams and cries at the first sight of me, and the kind who can't spread their legs wide enough at the sight of any big, strong orc. I don't care for either kind. This third kind is brand new. I need a bit more time to decide what to do with this type. Putting my arms on either side of her, I lean closer to whisper in her ear. "Why don't you let me handle the foreplay?" I tease threateningly. "Save your strength for later. You're going to need it when I'm done with you." Her eyes nearly double in size, making me feel as if I have managed to call her bluff. I'm not actually going to do any of the things I'm suggesting, but fear can be a very motivating factor. If it gets the result I want, I don't have time to quibble about the morality of it all. She rears her head back and then lunges toward me. Clamping down on my ear, she bites with all her strength. I can see the flash of fury in her eyes, that inner lioness coming out again, just before she attaches herself to me. I clamp my lips together, trying hard not to laugh at the ticklish sensation. I have no idea why I want to humor this strange woman so much. For some reason, the way that she acts so unshakable and ferocious makes me feel an urge to play along, to just let her have her victory. "Ouch!" I protest, trying to pretend it hurts. She relaxes her clenched jaw, letting me go. I sit up, moving away from her, and rub at my ear. She doesn't take any time to gloat. Instead, she jumps out of bed as quickly as possible and darts to the door. I realize what she's doing in time to stop her at the last possible second. Standing up, I take a few long strides to the door. She's sprinting much faster, but my legs are so much longer that it makes no difference. I can take one step for 3 of hers. Then I lean forward, my arms snaking out to grab her firmly by the waist. I pull her against me, feeling her stiffen. She tries to jerk away but can't escape my solid grip. Her face fills with frustration. I can tell that, in her mind, she thinks I am the only thing that stands between her and freedom. I'm beginning to see that this woman may be brave, but she's also a bit foolhardy. As if she's simply going to leave my tent and disappear out there. Like she got away fair and square, so the game is over and she gets to go home. Does she not understand how serious this is? I've been taking it remarkably easy on her, and even I'm not entirely sure why. I know part of it is because she doesn't seem to pose any real threat at all, but still, I could have her executed with no pushback if I wanted to. I just don't want to. The idea of hurting someone so small and helpless makes a knot form in my stomach. Even if she is a spy, I'll probably just keep her stashed away somewhere. Somewhere I can keep an eye on her, prevent her from causing any problems. She's useless as a spy, and mildly entertaining, almost like a cute little pet rabbit. Killing her seems unnecessary, but not everyone would see it that way. "It's not safe for you out there," I warn her. "Anyone out there would kill you on sight, orc or human." She gives me a suspicious look, trying to decide if I'm still making empty threats. "They'll think you're a spy, same as Gore did. And spies get handled. End of story. The only reason I got Gore to let you go is because he respects me too much to go against my wishes. But most of those men would gladly risk an angry chieftain for a dead spy." I can see a muscle in her jaw flex up and down as she thinks it over. Finally, she breaks the long silence. "Let me go," she insists in a gravelly voice. I pick her up by the waist, gently swiveling her back to the bed. "As you wish," I agree, dropping her back onto the mattress for the second time. "Now." I sit beside her on the bed once more. This time there are no threats, no intimidations. Instead, I just get down to business, blunt and direct. Leaning closer to read her eyes, I study her. "Are you a spy?"
Chapter 8. Dana. Yes, but not like you think. His eyes are dangerous, guileless. He looks like he'd believe me, that he'd understand, like I can trust him, as if he hasn't just carried me to his bed, hasn't just implied if I don't tell him the truth, he'll force me. And yet has he? He hasn't hurt me at all, or groped me. He hasn't done anything I thought he might when he brought me to his tent. I can't make sense of him, or what he wants. Dangerous. I take a deep breath and lie. Lies are safe. Whatever's happening between us is definitely not. No, of course not. Until I know for certain he isn't a traitor, I have to keep my distance. I'm not sure what it is exactly about him that makes it so difficult. I've spent my entire life keeping even people I trust at a distance. Are you? My voice is light and flirty, distracting. If there's an attraction here, I might as well use it to my advantage and try to get him to drop his guard. He has to know that bringing me to his bed won't intimidate me, or else who knows how far he might go. It's not because I want to see his eyes darken and dart to my lips, or scoot closer to me on the bed. No. I could listen to him talk for hours. There's something about his voice, a quiet command that never leaves, even when his tone is light like it is now. No, I'm not a spy. I'm Pitha, of the Blood Moon clan. Chieftain, you mean? His lips twitch. Is it that obvious? It is, damn him. He wears authority like a second skin, and it fits him well. Your clan is from here. Now it's his turn to be evasive. It makes sense if he thinks I'm a spy. He shifts back on the bed, body angled away from mine. We're tracking the dark elves. Now that is something Malik would want to know about. I keep my voice casual. And did you catch them? He shrugs. Does it matter? There's nothing you can do to help them now. His one-track mind is becoming exasperating. The flaps of his tent blow open for a moment in the breeze, and I see his men lurking behind him for a moment before they flutter back closed. Are they seriously guarding him? What do they think I could do to him, honestly? It's almost flattering. I wish I were as good a spy as they apparently think I am. I wouldn't be sulking on some orc's bed, that's for damn sure. How many times do I have to repeat myself? I fidget with my scarf, twisting around my agitated fingers, just when I thought I was making some sort of progress with him. I'm not a spy. The last thing I want to do is help any dark elf. Ever. See, that last part I almost believe. Peter leans back, eyes dancing. It's like he enjoys this. You're good, I'll give you that. But you're hiding something. I can tell. His eyes flash. Don't insult me. I don't give up, and I'm not a fool. There's something kinetic in his voice that holds my tongue. Something fraught. It makes my heartbeat kick up. I can feel it in my throat, pulsing away so hard it's a wonder my scarf doesn't move in time. Whatever fear I'd had of him when he brought me to his bed isn't gone, necessarily. I'm very afraid, but more of myself, of how I'm reacting to him. I've flirted before, in order to get information or make myself seem less threatening. But that was all pretend. I've never reacted like this before. He clouds my judgment. I should be analysing his words, or looking for a way to escape with provisions, not gazing into his eyes like some lovesick teenager. I don't think you're a fool, I concede, but I'm really not a spy. Pitha leans back. His eyes trail down my body, from my head to my crossed feet, and then back up. He's done nothing, but for some reason just the track of his eyes makes me blush. It makes me very aware that we're alone on his bed. I believe you. He holds up a hand before I can say anything else. I believe you hate the dark elves at least. Not that you don't have secrets. I don't think you're spying for the elves, but everyone else does. My word is strong, but not strong enough to persuade them without any evidence. Being a chieftain is a contract of sorts. I'd be challenged if I pushed this. He believes me. I don't know why that makes me feel so warm. And would you win? I ask. If you were challenged? Orcs are generally simple creatures, ego-filled and violent. I expect him to brag about his prowess, but he doesn't rise to the bait. That's not the point, he says instead. It isn't the place of a chieftain to ask his people to do something outrageous. But I bet you're very persuasive. Is that my voice, dropping so low? His eyes darken. Dangerous. The air between us grows thick, and for a second I think he's going to give in. I can see his chest rise and fall quickly, and the way his hand twists in his fur blanket. The green of his knuckles are pale. He's clutching it so tightly. I can't help but imagine how those hands would feel against my body, gripping it just as tight. His hands against my thighs were controlled and careful, and even now his eyes are calculating. What is he like when he loses control? Not enough. He takes a deep breath and shakes his head as if to clear it. Things being as they are, you'll need to stay with me. It's not safe for you to run around here. My men are loyal, but I can't ask them to tolerate a spy, or who they think is a spy. The insult of it makes me sputter as much as the insidious heat spreading throughout my body. You want me to stay here, and what? Spend the night in your bed? I can't just sleep with an orc in exchange for not being murdered. He purses his lips and nods sagely. Of course not. An orc, of all things. You know what I mean. This time the heat burning my cheeks is shame. I didn't mean to insult him, but strangely he doesn't look insulted at all. The tension between us is broken, but he looks almost relieved, amused. I absolutely agree. Tell you what. He motions towards his ear and leans very close. I can smell him, a deep, earthy, mossy scent that I can't help but breathe in. You tell me your secret, and I'll explain to everyone how you're not a spy. Just a very strong, very observant, very strangely placed human who happened to lose her way in the forest, even though there are no human settlements within less than a day's travel. It really makes perfect sense, doesn't it, when you weigh all the evidence logically? Deal? Ugh. He makes me want to scream. He's relentless, and the coiled intelligence in his eyes tells me that he's not going to give up until he finds out the truth, or until I want to tell him the truth. He has no idea how close he got to it just by asking. I know he won't stop until he discovers what I'm hiding. Hopefully I'll be gone by then. Pitha brings his hand back to my cheek and traces a finger across it. It's a soft touch, almost imperceptible, but it lights up my nerves like some sort of an explosion. It takes everything I have not to lean into his touch. I hold myself still and shut my eyes. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't have any deep, dark secrets. When I open them again, whatever flirtatious or understanding manner he wore slides off his face in an instant. It chills me, how quickly his face changes. I nearly pull the fur blanket beneath me over my body to shield me from his cold stare. Was this all a game to him? Liar, he spits. If you wish to stay alive, follow my orders. I'll deal with my subordinates, and don't worry, I'll make sure you stay alive until I discover what you're hiding. He stands, graceful as a mountain lion. I'm terribly sorry you'll have to spend the night with a dirty orc instead of the dark elves you prefer, but I'm sure you're used to making sacrifices to save your own hide. Your kind always are. I open my mouth, outraged, but he cuts me off before I can make another sound. His molten eyes are already chilled over, focused on his men waiting outside his tent. I'm nothing more than an annoyance to him now. Was I ever anything more? He keeps talking about me thinking him a fool, and he just played me like a drum. My body still thrums with the echoes of whatever we just flirted with here. I'm suddenly very concerned that I'm being outclassed. Stay here. He speaks like he's used to being obeyed. I hate how it makes my heart race. He doesn't even spare me a glance as he leaves. I listen to his footsteps crunch in the leaves outside, and his voice carries muffled orders to his men in the same curt tone. Alone in the tent, I pull the blanket onto the ground and curl up in a corner. I don't trust myself to spend a night in bed with him. I don't trust myself at all.
Chapter 9. Pitha. As I step outside of the tent, I take a deep breath into my lungs. She surprised me with how she'd responded to me. I'm not a stranger to people finding me attractive, even if I'm a brute. I know I have a good face and a strong body. Not many females have told me they felt otherwise, even before I'd taken them to bed. But this human, Dana, she's something different altogether. Sir? I look up to where a few from my troop are standing, apprehension written all over their faces. Gesturing for them to follow me, I lead them away from the tent. I don't want Dana overhearing us. Even if I'm almost convinced that she isn't here for nefarious purposes, I'm not taking the chances of her blinding me with her sweet words and that burning fire behind her eyes. The chances of her putting a knife to my throat are slim, but they aren't finite either. What did you extract from her? Gore asks the moment I stop walking. Crossing my arms over my chest, I regard them all carefully. They're understandably anxious about this situation. What I told Dana had been true. The closest human settlement is at least a day's walk from here, and all of us know it. So her being so far out, wandering in the woods as she had been, doesn't look good. Even if I could spin this to the regular brigades about her being lost and looking for safe haven, my troop wouldn't believe me. I'd chosen them for a reason. They were smart and justifiably suspicious of most things that were considered other. It's what's kept our base safe so far. Them accepting something like this that is completely out of the norm of possibilities would have me questioning their senses if it were any other being we'd stumbled upon. Instead of answering them, though, I tell them, she'll be under my watch. All of them straighten up at that. With little room to argue with me over the contents of what had been said between Dana and I can see their imaginations running wild to fill in the blanks that I wasn't. Typically, I never have to explain myself to anyone, but I do so out of principle. If I expect the entire base to run under my authority, I better have the information to back it up. Though with this, I really have nothing else to stand on other than Dana's word and my gut feeling, both of which are flimsy excuses and would never hold up if pressed with questioning from any of them. Sir, one of them rubs the back of his head, all of them exchanging looks with each other. I fix them all with a look, daring them to question me. It isn't often that I have to pull rank, but in this case I will. Not necessarily to protect Dana, but because causing a ruckus when we're all already so on edge will only result in a bloodbath. Not to mention us needing to focus our energies on the dark elves versus a random human woman. Gore, however, isn't swayed by my words or my stern looks. You can't expect us to let her wander around base with you. She's obviously a spy. She could be working for the dark elves. You saw what those messages old Moloch decoded said. I sigh at him. Usually him checking me would be nothing new, but in this case, it's frustrating. Bringing up something like that isn't unfounded, and he has a point. For a while now, there's been word of old Moloch sending in spies to the dark elf camps and gathering intel on how their operations run, working them from the inside in order to take them down once and for all. Over the recent months, there has been news that's been quickly gaining traction, letters being decoded, and with talks of a massive uprising that doesn't seem promising for us at all. Whether the rumors are true or not, it's made all of us wary. Dark elves in any organized capacity are dangerous. While we win against them every time in brute strength, the more numbers they have on their side as magic users, the more deadly they are. While their reserves have been cut off since coming to Earth, that hasn't made them completely despondent. We'd all be fools to underestimate them, even in their handicapped state. Humans can't be trusted, Pitha. Gore frowns. You know what? I understand your concerns, Gore. As I said, she'll be under my watch. Whatever happens will be my responsibility. This is obviously not the response he wants because his frown deepens into a scowl. You can't be serious. Deadly. The others shift awkwardly on their feet. It's very rare that Gore and I don't see eye to eye, even when he does check me. While we quite frequently have differing opinions, it isn't often that we disagree so outrightly or heavily. The thing is, though, I can't exactly tell him that my gut feeling is the cause for my sudden change in tune when it comes to humans. While he's right about not being trustful of Dana, I can't help but want to. She's obviously hiding something, but whether it's personal or otherwise, I can't seem to force myself into drawing it out of her through methods of torture. It doesn't seem right or fair. Even if for some reason, all of this does end in me having to execute her, I'd much rather take the time to understand why she's here and what motivated her into trying to infiltrate our base. If I could understand that, I'm sure the bigger picture would soon reveal itself. I don't want to panic anyone. I shift my eyes to look at all of them, trying to convey my sincerity even if my words don't. We can't assume the worst just because she happened upon the base unarmed. We could interrogate her. One of them mumbles. No, I snap. None of you will be touching her. There's an awkward silence that rains down upon all of us. Not even Gore speaks up to disagree with me. I'm not sure what comes over me. Maybe it's my own bloodlust rearing its head from earlier or something else deeper, but my sudden feeling of possession over her doesn't go unnoticed. By me or by Gore, who watches me very carefully. He's always been sharp, able to pick apart small details without much context behind them. Even if I don't know what's going on with me, I'm sure he has his ideas. We can't be going around hurting any human women that we find. They've been doing a service at helping us continue our race. Or have you all forgotten that? Of course we haven't, Gore speaks up. This has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with it. I bite back. There is no evidence, strong evidence, of her being a spy. Being suspicious doesn't give her an automatic label of being our enemy. It does if she's found wandering in the woods. One of the orcs next to Gore mutters. I step forward. Do we have a problem? Sir, all I'm saying is... I don't give him a chance to finish his sentence. My hand wraps around his neck to snatch him right off of his feet, with the sudden force of my body moving forward. I slam him into the ground, holding him with a knee pressed into his sternums. The move knocks the wind out of him, causing him to choke against my hand. Do not question me, I snap. Do you understand me? Gore and the other two back away from us immediately, giving us room. The orc under me nods rapidly. With that, I let go of his neck and lift myself off of him. He struggles to roll over, gasping for breath as his chest finally starts to allow him to drag in a few ragged breaths. Without another word, I step around him and head back to my tent. I'm sure Gore will find me later to scold me, but I don't care. If need be, I'll show him his place too. My authority is hardly ever questioned so outrightly, and when it is, it thoroughly pisses me off. Pulling back the flap to my tent, I notice that my bed is no longer occupied. My eyes quickly snap around the space, searching for Dana. I find her at the far corner of my tent, curled up on a blanket that's been laid on the floor. My lip quirks up. What is she doing sleeping down there like that? Letting go of the flap, I move over to her quietly. It takes noticeably effort to scoop her up without waking her, but I manage to do so and carefully bring her back over to my bed. She sinks into it the moment I set her down and bring a blanket up over her shoulders. I do have to admit she is rather beautiful, even if I can't help but want to distrust her. What should I do with her now that she's here? She sighs softly in her sleep. My hand twitches at my side as I fight the impulse to run my fingers over her delicate cheekbones. Before I let myself fall over the edge into that compulsion, I need to find out what she's hiding. And quick.
Chapter 10. Dana. Waking up, the first thing that I notice is that there is light streaming in from somewhere. I sit up slowly, the plush blankets rolling off of me and sending a chill down my spine at the sudden cool air hitting my skin. Nothing around me is familiar. In fact, I'm definitely nowhere that I recognise. The room, not the tent that I'd been in before I'd fallen asleep, is small with wood furnishings like the bed I'm in, as well as a dresser across the room and small side table next to me. Panicking, I throw the blankets off of me and drop to my feet. My eyes dart around the room, searching for my boots that had been removed from my feet at some point while I'd been sleeping. I spot them over by the door, placed neatly together and facing the wall. Crossing the room, I snatch the right one up before parting the tongue and sliding my fingers around the inside of it. There's a small seam at the side where my ankle rests, just barely there and not visible if you weren't looking for it. Slipping my hand between the seam and the side of my boot, my fingers brush over the edge of the list. I practically sag in relief. It's still there. Thank the gods. Before I'd fallen asleep, I'd had the foresight to transfer the paper to my boot in case I was strip-searched at some point. With my entrance into this base, I wouldn't be surprised if they dragged me to be patted down at the very least. All they thought of me as was someone dangerous. And while I couldn't blame them for that exactly, that didn't mean I couldn't be proactive in protecting my assets from their prying eyes. If they were one of the clans on the opposite side of Malik, then I wasn't about to give over the secrets we'd uncovered. Speaking of which, where am I? The last thing I remember is Peter's tent and him leaving to go talk with the orcs in his group. What happened after that? I don't remember getting moved at all. Had I been that fast asleep? It seems unlikely. Tossing my boots down onto the floor, I slip them both on and lace up the fronts. Wherever I am, I need to figure out how to get out so that I can start the journey back to Malik's. He's going to be wondering where I am at some point, and I don't want him sending someone out to search for me, thinking that I'm dead or worse. Endangering other people, especially at my expense, is the last thing I want to do. Heading out of the room, a short hallway greets me. There is a bathroom next to the room I'd been sleeping in, and across from that is another small bedroom. In the main part of the house, cabin I guess, is a small sitting area with an attached dining room. Behind that is the kitchen that looks barely touched. It's also strange. My feet carry me over to the front door, unlocked from the looks of it. That worries me. Whoever brought me here has way too much confidence that no one would bother me while I slept. Either I was in a place with no one else around, or I'd gotten extremely lucky. My hand wraps around the handle, yanking it open. Morning light streams over me, causing me to squint from the sudden change in light. I hold an arm over my face, shielding me somewhat. Stepping out onto the porch, I survey the area. There are orcs milling about with bags and weapons strapped to their backs and shoulders. The pathway in front of the house is rather busy, with orcs coming and going, passing me with dirty looks that speak volumes. Down the path, I can see more housing and other buildings that look much wider, reminding me of shops in a village. There is a distant metal grinding to the tune of metal banging on metal that echoes softly throughout the street. So, this is what the base looks like from the middle of it. Interesting. I'm surprised that I'd been able to sleep so soundly. The house is pretty soundproof, giving me a bit of privacy that I hadn't been expecting to have. Oh, you're up. I look over to see Pitha coming up the path, a bundle tucked under his arm. From here, the sunlight washes over him, making him look so much bigger and imposing than I remember him being last night. Had he moved me from the tent? And if so, why? Had I been in danger? As he comes up the short steps leading up to the porch, I crane my head back. Where am I? A border base. It defends against the dark elves trying to gain footing heading into the northern territories. Interesting. I'd heard Malik talk about the border plenty of times, but being here is much different than I'd imagined it to be. I knew I'd travelled far to get to the dark elf encampment, but I hadn't considered I'd gone this far. It's amazing what running off of pure hatred for the dark elves will do for my stamina. At least now I know where I am. It'll make travelling back to Malik's clan much easier. I need to go. Are you going to escort me out? Pitha scoffs at me. No, you're not going anywhere. A pit settles in my stomach. Why not? Because you are being investigated. I'm not letting you leave the base in order to go back to some dark elves and rat us out. My mouth drops open. He seriously still thinks I'm working for the dark elves? I thought for sure that last night had changed his mind, or at least casted a small inkling of doubt. But here he is, standing on the porch and telling me otherwise. What the hell? You're kidding! He flattens his gaze at me. No, I'm not. Where are you even trying to go anyways? There's a part of me that wants to answer him, mostly to get him to let me go. But there's an even bigger part of me that worries about the repercussions. If this clan is somehow related to the traitors on the list, then telling them about Malik and the clan would be setting them all up for destruction. None of your business. He snorts at me. Then consider yourself confined to this house. You can't be serious. Deadly. He shoves past me and heads into the house. I'm blown away. If I'm to be held captive here, then how long is it until they find something to pin on me? It's no secret that no one here trusts me, and I'm already running on thin ice. So what's to say that I'm not falsely accused of something and sent to hang in the square? My body shivers at the thought. Despite the misconception that orcs are nothing but mindlessly battle-hunger creatures, they can be quite conniving when given the conviction. If Pitha or any of the orcs in his close-knit group were able to convince enough people, I'd most certainly be dragged down the streets by my hair by a mob and strung up to make an example out of me. Damn, I need to get out of here. Following after him, I quickly swing the door shut, cutting off the rest of the orcs from wandering over out of curiosity. You can't hold me here. That's unethical. Pitha laughs. And? You haven't given me a reason to trust you in the slightest. All you've told me is to take what you say at face value. That gives me nothing to work with. I fold my arms around my midsection. His tone is rather harsh sounding, but his words are what catch my attention. There's an underlying emotion under there that I can't help but focus on. Something that could be easily dismissed if I hadn't been paying attention. It's almost like he's pleading with me to give him something, anything to convince him that I'm not here, out of wanting to hurt the people at this base. But what do I say? I want to protect Malik. But if I don't say anything, no one is going to let me leave. Look. Pitha drops the bundle he'd been holding onto the couch. Even if I do let you go, how are you going to get back to where you're going? The nearest human settlement is an entire day's walk away, and that's if you don't run into any trouble along the way. I'm not going to the human settlement. That seems to catch his attention. Damn. Then where are you going? I bite the inside of my cheek, contemplating my next words carefully. Should I be honest? Is it safe for me? Safe for Malik? I don't know. I really don't. Dana, I rub my face. I'm going to another orc settlement. That's all you need to know. Whose? No matter what I say to him, he's going to keep prying. Maybe if I make it sound like I'm being protected, it'll give him motive to let me go. It's rare that orc clans rally against each other when they have bigger things to focus their bloodlust on, namely dark elves. Old Malik, he was the chieftain of... A hand grabs my arm, roughly yanking my hand away from my face. The Burning Sun clan. I know exactly who that is. I swallow thickly. Have I made the wrong choice? His confused expression tells me something that I can't quite put my finger on. How do you know old Malik? His grip on my arm hurts and becomes almost bruising when I refuse to answer him. I'm not giving him any more ammunition to use against me. If he wants more answers, he's going to have to beat it out of me or something. I'm not putting Malik or any other clan in any more danger by spilling their secret operations. Answer me, he snarls. No. I snap back. He stares me down, using his intimidating presence to try and wear me down. Lucky for me, I've had plenty of practice with imposing men and their superiority complexes. Pitha lets go of my arm and shakes his head. He turns on his heel and walks back over to the couch, grabbing the bundle and heading over to the dining table with it. He tosses it down onto the wood surface and looks over his shoulder at me with a barely concealed annoyed stare. Come over here and eat.
Chapter 11. Pitha. I'm not eating that. For some reason, her rejection hits me deeply. A part of me angers at her not wanting the food I provide for her, some baser instinct that I refuse to put a name to. It takes everything in me to force myself not to react outwardly and show her how much those words have affected me. Fine, then you can starve. She blinks a few times at firmness in my tone, startled by my disregard. It's the opposite of how I feel, however, giving her the advantage of knowing that is the last thing I want to do. I cross over to the other side of the house and grab her by the arm again, forcing her back over to the door. Let go of me! Ignoring her, my hand finds the door handle, swinging it open and shoving her back outside, all in a swift motion that happens too fast for her to react to, other than stumbling backwards. I keep her upright, not letting her slip out of my grip and do something stupid like run through the base trying to escape. Not only would any orc spotting her stop to question her, but if any of my troop finds out that she's away from my direction supervision, they'll more than likely haul her down to the prison. Speaking of which, I needed to go visit there today and check in. Now that I'm in charge of overseeing Dana, I'll need to take her with me. Hope she likes prisons. You're coming with me. What? Her fingers dig into my hand, trying to pry it off of her as I pull her down the steps and onto the walkway leading through the base. It's a battered path that's definitely seen better days. No one here has time to properly landscape and make the place look livable. As such, we're a little more of a rustic setting than something more established like the north and southern bases, which are much bigger and have more orc power. Nonetheless, this place still functions like a well-oiled machine. As we walk, Dana's feet drag against the ground. If I wasn't so annoyed with her attitude, I'd find it funny. To think, a mere human as small as her was trying to break free from me without considering just how much power that would take. It's a bit charming to say the least. She's certainly much more of a warrior than I thought she was when she'd been dragged from the woods by Gore. Orcs clear the pathway as we go, all but jumping out of the way when they see me. My brisk pace means business, along with the human woman I'm dragging behind me kicking and yelling. Towards the outer reaches of the base is where the prison lays. It comes into view only a few minutes later, tall and imposing with walls that stretch up 20 feet high. Sharp wired lines are strung up along the outside of it, discouraging anyone from trying to break in or out. Typically, there aren't many people we keep captive. I'm usually of the mindset to slaughter and be done with it. However, since the dark elves had emboldened themselves with thinking they could get as close to our base as they did before attacking us, I wanted to question them on it. If there is some plan in the works to storm the base, even if it's by a small rebellion, I want to know about it. There's nothing worse than being underprepared when it comes to facing off against magic users. They never played fair in the first place, so we needed any advantage we could get. The two guards at the front of the prison straighten when they see me. Large weapons are clutched tight in their hands, drawn up to keep them both at the ready. They nod firmly to me, stepping aside as I move past them. I know they must be curious as to why I'm dragging Dana here, but they remain silent even with their curious gazes latching onto her the moment she comes into view. "Where are you taking me?" she hisses at me. The prison is dark once we step inside. My night vision is handy in these types of situations, but I can tell how uncomfortable it makes Dana by the way she stiffens. "Relax," I tell her, pulling her along. We head down the steps into the deeper chambers. Along the wall there are torches that are lit down here, giving the hallway an eerie feel. Dana keeps close to me, her body practically pressing up against my arm as I head down another long hallway. I'm not sure why the thought of her body pressed up against mine has my head spinning, but I choose to ignore it for the sake of keeping myself sane. Cells line up on either side once we clear the hallway and reach the chamber. All of them are empty, with the two on the end having their doors open. An excellent sign that the dark elves are already getting worked on. Hopefully by now, Gore will have extracted some information from them. There is a smaller chamber that is located at the back of the cell block, a metal door separating the two parts of the prison from each other. My knuckles rap against it twice, a signal for the orcs on the other side. It swings open a few moments later, Gore's face appearing before me. Did you find anything? I ask while pulling Dana in behind me. He swings the door closed. We're still working on them. I focus in on the 2 dark elves getting worked over by our butcher, a fearsome orc whose skills with tenderizing all kinds of meat are unmatched. While a little unconventional, he certainly knows how to get the job done without completely obliterating our captives. One of the dark elves screams as his finger is cut clean off from the knuckle. It falls to the ground at his feet, his body undulating in the chair he'd been tied into. Next to him, the other dark elf watches in horror. "What encampment are you from?" the butcher demands, holding up the bloody end of the knife to the dark elf. "I'm Rogue." "Liar." There goes another finger. Next to me, Gore crosses his arms over his chest. "It's been like this all morning. They're tougher to crack than we thought." That's unfortunate. I'd been hoping for a quick turnaround on them. It isn't often that dark elves are so steadfast in protecting their higher-ups. In fact, usually they were of the mindset to sell each other out if it meant saving their own skin. However, these 2 apparently are different. I wonder if they worked under some kind of master. Perhaps they'd be sunk if word were to get back to the other dark elves that they'd been sold out. Maybe they were afraid of being hunted down after this. Though it's a bit funny that these dark elves think they're going to be making it out of this prison alive in the first place. Behind me, I hear a small whimper. Turning, I spot Dana visibly shaking. "Dana?" Her eyes are wide and unfocused, staring ahead at the scene in front of her with hardly any color to her face. I let go of her arm, turning her toward me. "Dana." Her entire body is practically vibrating. "What's wrong with her?" Gore steps away from us, clearly uncomfortable. The dark elf screams again, a sound that causes Dana to quickly curl her arms over her head and sink down to the floor. No, she mumbles. Damn. I scoop her up immediately, holding her in my arms while I address Gore again. "Give me an update when something is found." He nods at me, wary. Of course. I don't have time to reassure him that I've got everything under control, because really, I don't. Regardless, I head over to the door and wait for Gore to swing it back open for us to leave. Dana shudders again when one of the dark elves lets out a pained moan. My walk back up to the surface is quick, hurried in the worst way. I've never seen her like this. Granted, I've barely known her long, but this seems way too out of character. She'd yelled and screamed at us orcs when she'd been dragged into our base, barely batting an eye at any of the threats that had been thrown her way. But suddenly the sight of a group of dark elves getting tortured has her practically fainting. This isn't normal. I set her down the moment I get back out into the sunshine. The 2 guards give her wary looks as she sinks to her knees and dry heaves into the dirt. "Donna." I crouch down next to her, putting a hand on her back. "What happened?" She drags in ragged breaths, shaking her head at me. Her skin is so pale that it's almost as if her soul's been sucked out of her body. I'm not a spy." Her voice breaks my heart. "Is that what this is about?" "Tell me why you're here, then." "I want to believe you, Dana. You know I do. Why did you suddenly appear last night after we captured those dark elves? You need to give me something to work with." Slowly, she turns her head to look at me. Her eyes are still slightly unfocused, but they manage to catch my attention. She trails off again, her body racking with another shudder. Whatever is afflicting her, it isn't good. Could it be the sight of blood that's got her so worked up? "My family," she mumbles. "Her family?"
Chapter 12. Dana. I'm sitting on a chair in his kitchen. My hands are against the soft-grained wood, and I can hear the kindling popping gently in his hearth. Someone nearby must be baking bread because I smell its sweet aroma in the air. I'm safe here. Blood spills from my hands, seeping from my neck. Stars dance on the edges of my vision. My hands finally slip uselessly to the blood-soaked ground as an orc shaman rolls me to my side and shouts for bandages. My mother is dead. My father is dead. My sister is dead. You should really put a finish on your table if you don't want it to get scratched. I think there's some sap you can use. Dana, please. Pitha's voice is more careful than I've yet to hear it, and he gently tugs my hands off my tightly knotted scarf and into my lap, holding them as they shake there. I had no idea they were even trembling. I blink. Right. He asked me why I'm acting like this. At first, the urge to lie is overwhelming. There's a reason I've taken to spying for old Malik, and it's not just because it's the only way to avenge my family. Lies are safe. When I'm lying, I'm not a girl whose family was destroyed. I'm not a girl with a scar on my neck in the shape of a smile, taunting me every time I see my own naked reflection. When I lie, I can be anyone. What a beautiful escape it is. And yet... If I tell you, will you believe me? As much as I can't bear the truth, I think it might hurt even more if he thinks I'm lying about this. If I reach inside myself and spread my own ribs, exposing my heart, and he scoffs. I need him to trust me. I tell myself it's manipulative, just a way to lessen his suspicion of me and build his trust. In that way, even as I tell the painful truth, I surround myself in soft lies. If I can't lie to Pitha, at least I can lie to myself. Pitha nods. He's still standing, as though he might need to fight whatever's tearing me apart inside. But now he sits next to me at the table and waits. They call him Pitha the Immovable around the base, and staring at him, I can see why. It isn't his size, I don't think, although he's undeniably strong. I've seen him spar. He's like a mountain, implacable and impervious, until he viciously strikes. It's his will, I think, that they're referring to. His eyes on mine are always determined, always calculating, but not unkind. He's never hurt me, even when he threw me on the bed, even when he wanted me to be afraid. I've known true sadism, and he doesn't have it in him, even after the demonstration with the dark elves. He didn't enjoy torture for torture's sake. I've seen exactly what that looks like. No, I'm not scared of Pitha. I think I can trust him with my past, if not my future. This might still be some sort of attempt to string me along, and I won't put old Malik at risk. Taking a deep breath, I press the list close to my heart. And I tell him, I was born in a human settlement 28 years ago. It was before orcs considered humans to be anything more than slaves, and I thought we were so lucky. I smile. It's not a nice smile. We were free. We had to move often, of course, and it wasn't paradise. My mother lost several children before and after me, because we didn't always have access to medicinal herbs. But by the time I was about 12, we'd found this. Why is this part harder to speak about than all the rest? This idyllic valley, nestled between two mountains. For years it was. Peaceful. Years of my father's rough, calloused hands on mine, helping me tie a fishing lure, helping me patch our small boat, helping me skin small game, helping me plant seeds. And there were my mother's hands too, caressing my cheek when I fell ill, kneading bread with me in the kitchen, teaching me to change my sister's cloth diapers, which I complained about at the time bitterly. I'd need to know, she'd said, for when I had my own. Pitha waits for me to continue, his thumb stroking my palm. But I can't. It's like swallowing glass. How didn't I know how precious those moments were at the time? I want to shake my past self, the selfish girl sneaking away from chores to go nap beneath a tree, or shrieking at her sister to stop crying, or complaining to her mother about eating fish for 3 nights in a row. One of the first portals opened in that valley. I can still see it now, swirling and purple. I'd thought it was beautiful at first, until the dark elves poured out with their strange beasts and stranger magic. You can imagine how much of a fight we put up. It was humiliating, really. They captured nearly all of us alive. There aren't really words precise enough to accurately describe what happened next. how my wild valley was overcome with oily grey buildings, the clinical cruelty of our new masters in their pristine white coats and glinting eyes. Humans were new to them, and they had lots to learn. There were experiments. How long, they wondered, could humans survive without food, without water, without air? I can see it like it's happening before me now. Do humans burn? And at what temperature? If you cut them open, what organs do they have? Which do they truly need? Do I need to tell you about the poisons? Because I never knew there were so many. That was my role, tasting the poisons. I suppose I was lucky. At least I got some form of nourishment, since at first the elves fed us everything, not knowing what was toxic. Something warm and solid presses against my cheek, and I realise it's Pitha. He's pulled me close against him, and I've returned the favour by soaking his bare chest with my tears. I push away with a sniffle, and he lets me. What happened? People died. I try to put some distance in my voice. It's been so many years, and the elves who did it are dead. Their brethren will die thanks to my efforts. It's done now. There's no reason to carry on like it's still happening, but there's a part of me that always sees it, and in vivid detail. My family died. I escaped. He doesn't ask how. Pitha the immovable bends until his forehead brushes mine, and his hand spans across my back. He says, "You were very brave." It's this, of all things, that unleashes a torrent of tears. Humiliated, I bury my face against his chest so he can't see me break down. I wasn't, I gasp. I was such a coward. No. His certainty only makes the shame burn hotter in my throat. As soon as the orcs raided their village, I ran. My hands twist painfully against each other until he smooths out my grip. I ran, and I brought my parents, don't you see? I carried my sister like a fool. She didn't want to come because she was so scared, and I picked her up. I made her. Maybe if we would have just stayed put, we might have, but I shouted for them to run with me into the woods. Doesn't he see? My family survived experiments and starvation and untold cruelty, but they couldn't survive me. I was a fool. I thought the orcs might kill us too. Peter's hand tightens on mine. Orcs have been known to do that from time to time. How could you have known otherwise? By being patient, by watching, waiting. I led my own family into the woods, where the surviving dark elves hid. Moonlight had lit our path out of the foreboding dark elf buildings and into the forests surrounding them. Fire burned unchecked as the orcs drove the dark elves from the village and destroyed their monsters. All I could hear were war cries and hoofbeats as the orcs overran the elves. Humans and elves alike lie dead on the ground. But shouldn't I have known the dark elves would choose to take us with them into death, instead of allowing us to escape? Couldn't I see that they'd been cut down with fancy jewelled daggers instead of broadswords or battle axes? I hadn't spared them more than a fearful glance. They killed my father first, as he turned to warn us. I can still see the silver gleam of the dagger in the moonlight as it pierced his throat from behind. He'd been mid-shout. Then my mother. I made it back to the edge of the forest with my sister, but I'm sobbing too hard to speak. My mother is dead. My father is dead. My sister is dead. And here I am, alive and crying about it. Grief threatens to spill into rage. That's usually how I handle this. Overwhelming self-hatred, a nice dose of what have you done. But Pitha refuses to let me succumb to it. He pulls me fully into his lap, shushing me, and the rage peels away like a thin scab, revealing the grief it's held back for so long. It should be embarrassing, how tightly I cling to him. I haven't cried like this since I was a child, and our pet rabbit was eaten by wolves. I can't. Shh. He doesn't tell me it's okay, or that I'm safe, or that everything will work out for the best. That my family is in a better place now, or that I did the best I could. Pitha lets me cry, and he's implacable in the face of my grief. immovable.
Chapter 13. Pitha. I don't have much in my kitchen. Usually I travel to the cafeteria whenever I need a meal. But I try my best to make Dana something to eat, fussing around in the pantry until I produce some bread and fruit. It's not much, but she looks wan after crying for so long. Her eyes are rimmed with red and swollen, and just looking at her makes me fidget. I might not be able to make her feel better, but I can feed her at least. Out of nowhere, a memory of my mother threatens to overwhelm me. I can see her in the bed, plain as day, sobbing. Broken. Enough. Dana is nothing like my mother. She's strong, stronger than most people I've met. I just want to make her feel better for a while, to help her step outside of her closed shell for a night before she locks herself back in. Here. She doesn't meet my eyes. I worried that she might be embarrassed after telling me so much. She doesn't seem like the type of girl to be open or to share. I thought she was keeping secrets, and she was. I had no idea it was this type of secret, the type that might undo her if she let it out. I know a bit about those, but she doesn't eat. Dana plays with her food, poking at it and sighing. Her eyes, when I catch them, look like she's somewhere else. Take a bite, I urge. You'll feel better. Why do you care how I feel? She pushes a piece of fruit around on her plate with a frown. Why are you being so nice to me? Shouldn't you treat me like a prisoner? Probably. But the thought of it makes my stomach twist in disgust. I can't imagine hurting her to try and pry her away from her secrets. I feed prisoners, I scoff. But if I treated you like I treat the dark elves, there wouldn't be a bone left in your body that's not broken, and I don't hurt harmless creatures. She takes offense to that. I'm not harmless. It's almost a relief to see the familiar glint in her eyes. I bite back a smile, but then her gaze scurries back to the table. You're harmless to me. What are you going to do, even if you are a spy? Poison me? It won't work. I grab a piece of fruit from her plate and pop it into my own mouth, and she seems to settle a bit. Was she worried I'd poisoned her? What a strange creature she is, always so aware, always watching a trap. Now I know why, of course. I can't even tease her about it. After what she survived, it's a miracle she only has a few strange quirks. Living through that would have destroyed most anyone else. How does she bear it? We eat in silence for a bit. It's an easy silence, and I marvel at it for a bit, how simple being with her feels. Most people's presence I can feel, like a bug crawling on my skin. But even morose, she's good company. Finally I speak, but it's because I catch her trying to politely gnaw at the bread. I'm sorry the bread's a bit tough. Dana shrugs easily. I've had worse. I find that more troubling than anything you've said so far. I knock the bread on the table and it clangs loudly. My housekeeper is good at many things, but baking isn't one of them. I suppose I could always use the loaves as weapons if someone were to break in. She doesn't smile, but it's close enough to make me crave the curve of her lips. Strange. I'm a straightforward person, not prone to entertaining others, but I find that I want her to feel comfortable here, with me. I enjoy watching her shoulders slump, seeing her ever-vigilant gaze rest when she's relaxed. Donna opened up and told me about her past. Shouldn't I do the same? Mine is hardly a secret after all. The entire clan was there, and then some. My mother. Dana perks up, intrigued, just as I falter. I sigh. Orcs are known for our strength. I don't know how many of us you've spoken with, but I suppose that part's common knowledge. It's drilled into us at a young age to be strong and to fight, that the weak should be ruled by the strong. Dana's eyebrows raise. That's a bit contrary to your bit about protecting the weak, isn't it? My mother was weak. It feels like a betrayal to say the words out loud. How many times had I vociferously denied it? Screamed that it wasn't true as the other children taunted me? I hate that word. I do. My mother loved people very much, and very hard, and when they left, and they always left, it destroyed her. I remember Fallen, the first man she broke down over. I supposed she'd broken down over my father, too, but my grandmother had been alive then to care for me. If she hadn't, I probably wouldn't be alive. Whenever my mother's heart was broken, her mind was broken as well. Fraulein had left her after a festival when everyone had been drunk and dancing. He'd said it wasn't for children, but my mother had paced the entire time he was gone. I'd gone to sleep, dizzy from her constant moving and because she'd forgotten to feed me dinner. As the moon rose higher in the sky and the music faded, and he still wasn't home, she snapped. My mother had dragged me out of bed in the dark of night to look for him. I'd been so humiliated at the time, because after she'd searched the dregs of the party, she'd gone from house to house shouting his name. My friends had shouted just like her the next day, collapsing into piles of giggles whenever I snarled. I remember the way her nails had pierced my skin when she'd found him. The cuts they'd left for the next few days until they'd scabbed over and healed. Annoying, but bearable. Much more bearable than the next morning when I'd come home from school after a day full of mockery and found her shaking with the strength of her sobs. She wouldn't be able to get out of bed for days at a time. I had to learn how to care for myself, to care for her if I didn't want her to waste away into nothing. Sometimes it would even be nice, just me and her. A few nights later, she even drew pictures with me in the kitchen while I tried my hand at making stew and burned it more than once. But then she'd recover, and then she'd go running back to whoever paid her the most attention. Dana looks appalled. That doesn't seem fair. How old were you? I loved it sometimes, I confess. I don't mean to say this, but the words spill out in a rush. Not that she was so sad, but that she'd finally see me. I think I might have inherited her weakness somehow. That's why I don't pursue relationships. Dana blinks at me, confused. What? What does any of that have to do with you? Are you afraid someone will be that dependent on you again? I almost laugh. I wish that were my only problem. Perhaps, but I don't want to be like her. Clingy, dependent on someone else, destroyed by another person, especially as a chieftain. I can't let relationships get in the way of protecting my people. My words sit between us for a few minutes. I've held this in for so long, how I secretly fear being weak, that I'm unfit to be a chieftain, much less a husband or a father. But she doesn't seem to think it's as shattering a confession as I do. Mostly she just looks like she's trying to solve some sort of riddle. Isn't the fact that you're a chieftain a sign that you're strong? Dana frowns thoughtfully around a bite of rock-hard bread. I thought that was the only way to rule over a bunch of orcs, through brute force. If your clansmen really thought you were weak, they'd challenge you more. She chokes down another bite. It's a bit disgusting how much they look up to you, actually. I don't think anyone in your clan thinks you're not fit to lead. I rock back in my chair. If only it were that easy. She isn't understanding, but I didn't expect her to. How could she, without living it? Seeing a woman she depended on crying for days on end in bed? Physically, I'm the strongest in my clan. All of my damage is on the inside, and I have no way of explaining it to her. Not in a way that makes sense. I take a deep breath and say, "We're both broken in our way, Dana." Her eyes widen. Does she get it now? I'm not trying to solve any problems, mine or hers. I'm trying to peel off the mask I wear around everyone else so that she can see me just as clearly as she's allowed me to see her. And she does. Her eyes meet mine, and she drinks me in. She sees me. It should frighten me, perhaps, but it's such a relief. Like drinking from a crystal-clear stream after a long day's journey. I rule this clan, but I'm always thinking, always strategizing with others. With Dana, I can just be. I make us another plate of food, and we sit together as we eat. And this time she doesn't hesitate to look me in the eyes.
Chapter 14. Dana. If someone ever told me that I'd spend every moment of my life with an orc and enjoy it, I'd have fetched them some ice for their head, since they clearly must have hit it on something. But here I am, swinging my feet up on Pitha's couch, reading his books, munching on his food, and waiting, eagerly, to hear his lumbering footsteps echo across the floor. To be fair, my alternative is either no company or to go outside and, well, let's just say that Pitha wasn't lying when he said his clansmen had no love for potential human spies. It's much safer to stay indoors, and Pitha's house as chieftain is not a shabby place to hole up for now. Still, it would be nice to have some company. A knock shakes the doorframe. Not Pitha, but an orcish woman he's assigned to feed me lunch. I stand on my tiptoes to reach the door latch, as it wasn't built for human height in mind, and open the door to her green, snarling face. "Thanks," I say. "I appreciate it." She growls. It could be worse. Sometimes she doesn't acknowledge me at all. With her laconic threat out of the way, I take the food she holds out and then nudge the door shut with my foot. Once I set the plate on the table, I lock the door, just to be safe. I made the mistake of going for a walk a few days ago. Pitha was at my side, but the hatred from his people's eyes was palpable. He didn't need to convince me to stay put after that. Sunlight peels through the window, and I stare longingly outside. Peter's busy, of course. He trains all morning, and then does whatever it is chieftains do for the rest of the day. But lately he's been coming home a little earlier each time. He always cooks dinner, which isn't always delicious. Last night he brought a large book of recipes that he said he borrowed from a friend, and we both worked together by the stove. Maybe I should try to make something for him before he gets home. I run my finger along the thick recipe book and flip through a few pages. It's a good quality book with thick, slippery vellum and glossy ink, and it's heavy, built for orc hands. Most of the recipes are heavy on meat, light on vegetables, built for orc stomachs. The seasoning is a bit sparse, but orcs are known to eat for fuel more than pleasure. Still, there are a few recipes I think I can work with. It's been a while since I cooked anything more complicated than a skinned rabbit over an open fire, but I don't think I've forgotten. And it might be nice to return the favour, since he cooks for me every night. It's not like I'm doing anything else, I mutter to myself. Okay, chop some onions, add some butter. I get to work, slicing and sautéing. The first time I peel a garlic clove, I'm seized by a wave of nostalgia, remembering how I used to help my parents make dinner when I was young. The cloves had seemed so much larger then. I freeze with my hand curled around the garlic, waiting for the expected wave of grief to bowl me over, but it never arrives. It's a clean pain as I drop the diced garlic in the pan, like I've lanced an infected wound. By the time Pitha shuffles inside, I'm well on my way to finishing, and humming a song to boot. Pitha stops in the entryway. "What's all this?" My cheeks heat as he gestures to the dining table. I might have gone a bit overboard, but this recipe book was designed for orc portions. It's not entirely my fault, even if cooking turned out more pleasurable than I'd thought it would be. One recipe turned into 4, and now there's dinner rolls and vegetables, a fresh salad, and the roast is almost done. On the side, I whipped up the same herbed butter my mum used to make on special occasions. It looks like enough to feed about 10 orcs, but at least we'll have leftovers. Just dinner. I see that, though I don't know about the just. He shoots me a pointed look. I also see that we've been eating whatever mess I've been cobbling together when we could have been eating like this the entire time. I wasn't sure you'd like it. Oh, of course. I can see how you thought I'd be utterly repulsed by fresh bread and a perfect roast. He laughs and settles down at the table. You know I'd let you know if I hated it. And he would. He's straightforward. When he thought I might be a spy, he wasn't shy about it. And he enjoys the food with the same directness, devouring everything with satisfied groans that make my cheeks heat even more. It's refreshing. I'm sorry for making you suffer through my food, he says. Trust me, it'll never happen again. Because I'll teach you how to cook. My eyes narrow, and he laughs from his belly as I playfully chastise him. You're not getting out of domestic labour that easily. He raises his hands in surrender. I'll do the dishes tonight, how does that sound? It sounds domestic as hell, and I can't help my gaze from lingering on his wide hands and muscled forearms. Somehow, everything that frightened me about him before, his size, his shrewd eyes, his direct demeanour, has become appealing. How was your training? He laughs again. If it went poorly, I wouldn't be eating with you now. I'd be defending my title. There would be a crowd shouting at the arena by now, trust me. Every day he wakes up before the sun rises just so he can be the first at their gymnasium. He says that he needs to lead by example, but I don't see any other orc working half as hard as he does. He doesn't come back until the sun's almost set, and I suspect if he didn't think I needed to be entertained and fed that he'd stay out even later. Working, plotting, training. Doesn't it get exhausting? Always having to be the strongest? He says, not when you're the strongest. But his eyes do something else. We share a long, honest look. His eyes are unshielded and almost grateful that I understand what he's saying beneath his words. I think about his mother and what he shared with me. He didn't have to tell me anything at all. If anything, it puts him at risk. If I were a spy for dark elves, that kind of psychological damage would be something useful to exploit. And he put it in my hands like some sort of trinket. He trusts me. This week keeps getting stranger by the minute. It gets stranger still as we chat over dinner, and his chair scoots closer to mine every time he refills our water glasses with the earthen pitcher I filled. What do you train for anyway? War, sneaky dark elves, other orc challengers. His eyes gleam mischievously. Secretive humans. Although I have to admit this secret, he says, gesturing to the food left on the table, is one I am very pleased to discover. Is it now? Very much. Then you should prove it. I finish my meal with one last bite and leave the dish in the sink. He laughs again and makes good on his promise to clean up. He's surprisingly practiced at it, though I suppose he must be, since he lives alone and his home is quite clean. He portions away the leftovers without complaint and carries the rest of the dishes into the polished sink. He hands me a towel and I dry the dishes after he scrubs them clean. In case you couldn't tell by the lack of leftovers, he says. Dinner was delicious. Thank you. It's impossible to believe he isn't in a relationship already. He's the leader of his clan, handsome as hell, and he does the dishes with a smile. How can he not be into relationships? It's like he was made for them. He must be dodging female orcs every time he steps foot outside. Maybe that's why that woman always growls at me. Not that we're in a relationship. Nothing close to it. He's just watching out for me as a concerned chieftain, making sure that I'm not physically torn into pieces by a bunch of angry orcs by keeping me safe in his home. In his home that he never cooked in before I arrived, judging by how bare his pantry and stale his bread had been. He shuts off the tap water, and for a moment I admire how planned his base is. Not all orc bases have such well-maintained plumbing. Many have nothing more than a well in the centre of the residential huts. But here the homes are built strong, out of stone, and they've repurposed old pipes to lead to each one. That's that then, he says, lingering by the sink. His broad shoulders stretch as he turns, and I can't keep my eyes from trailing down his chest. It's very clear that he goes to the gym every morning. Yes, well. I take a small step to the side. This is always the most awkward part of the day, when dinner is done and the time for sleeping hasn't arrived yet. It always comes with this dance that I'm not sure I know the steps to, and we both stumble around the fact that we'd actually like to spend more time together. But we don't have an acceptable reason for it. I guess I'll head off and start reading. Would you like to go out tomorrow? He blurts.
Chapter 15. Pitha. Dana's face brightens, and something about the way her blue eyes brighten makes my breath catch in my throat for a moment. I'd love that. I try not to take her words or expression too personally. She's been locked up in my house for so long. She'd probably think mucking out a Hokeen stall is exciting at this point. Still, I can't quite hold back a smile. She smiles back. For a moment, I hold my breath as she walks up to me. But then she walks past, like always, to her room. My breath leaves me in a rush, and she turns to look over her shoulder. It's not time for bed yet. Would you? Yes. Mind finding another book for me to read? I finished the one you gave me last night. I don't know why I'm disappointed. What else did I expect? She's my prisoner of a sort, and I can't take advantage of her. I'm not looking for a relationship or anything else anyway. Of course. Morning comes earlier than usual, or at least it feels like it does. As always, I wake before the sun, but this time it's difficult to blink my eyes open. I might have spent too much time last night thinking about where to take Donna. Which is ridiculous. She'd be satisfied just to stretch her legs outside at this point. But for some reason, I want to impress her. Making a rash decision, I walk to my training center to let my second-in-command know I'm taking the day off. Are you sick? Gore demands. No. But... I cross my arms over my chest and wait for him to finish. Are you incapable of handling things in my absence? No, it's just... You've never missed training, or meetings, or even when you had a fever so high the shamans were trying to push you back in bed. Is something wrong? At this moment, it feels as though nothing's been wrong in my entire life. I'll be interrogating our human today. Gore huffs a laugh. Is that what you call it? Watch your tongue, or I'll pull it out. He waggles his eyebrows. Wouldn't that get in the way of your date? Blood spatter all over your loincloth? Or is she into that? I step towards him, and he raises his hands in surrender. It's fine with me, but you have to know the rest of the orcs are going to be a little harder to win over. Damn him, he's not wrong. Hard to win over is the underestimate of the century. Most orcs are here because it's the front line in the war against the dark elves, and human servants are not as common where they come from. Combine that with the fact that most humans they see are linked with the elves, and it's hard not to blame them for being guarded. It's business, I tell him. Nothing more. And then I rush home. I expect her to be sleeping, but she's awake. She blinks in surprise when she sees me. Her dark hair is a mess, sticking out in 3 different directions, and she's yet to dress for the day, wearing nothing but an oversized shirt. My shirt. My tunics aren't comfortable for sleeping with the buttons, so I thought... She tugs the shirt down, and all I think is skin. I drag my eyes back up to her face and see that she's covering her neck self-consciously with her hands. Embarrassed, I turn around. I took the day off. I thought you might want as much time out as possible. I'll just get dressed. She goes to her room, but I keep studying the window outside. Orcs pause as they pass my home, whispering and nudging each other. When she's finally ready to leave, dressed neatly in her tunic and scarf, the whispers and nudges have turned to outright glares. I meet each hostile stare with my own, but I can't change their opinions. Maybe it's better if we take a walk farther from the base. Come. Into the forest? She sounds skeptical, but she follows willingly. Into the forest. We walk together in silence, and I can see her relax out of the corner of my eye. Her eyes are still alert, and she still turns to inspect every sound. But her muscles are less tense, and her shoulders dropped back. Where exactly are you taking me? Somewhere relaxing. I reach to help her across a creek, but she's already leapt over it with a neat hop. My steps are less graceful, but do the job. Mud splatters my legs with the force of my stomp. Oh yes. Her eyes look amused. Nothing like a relaxing trek in the mud. I thought it might be better to take some time away from the others. She smiles at that, but it's not a very friendly smile. Yeah, they seem to really love me. I can feel it radiating from them like sunshine. Or is that fiery rage? They're easy to mix up, I guess. There's not much to say to that. I want to reassure her, but it would be false. And I can't speak out against my own people, even to her, even in private. So we walk, taking a minute here and there to examine some flowers or a buck wandering past. When we reach the tall outcropping of rocks, she stops. Don't tell me the indomitable Dana needs assistance? She scowls at me, but her eyes dance. I'm just not sure where we're going exactly. Up! Up! Dana cranes her neck up and her scarf flutters in the breeze. Right, She pulls herself up, finding a foothold, but she'll need a boost to reach the next one. I expect her to cling stubbornly to the rock for hours before she admits she needs my help. I half expect her to vault to the summit on her own. She's not exactly predictable, but instead she says, "Can you give me a lift up?" And I do. I've touched her before, but this time I'm more aware of her than I've ever been. The heat of her skin from beneath her tunic, the floral smell of her hair. It's distracting, so much so that I drop her a bit more roughly than I intend onto the rocky landing above. She rolls her eyes, not too hurt, and pulls herself up the rest of the way. I climb next to her, helping her occasionally until we reach the top. Dana heaves herself up and sits heavily. A thin sheen of sweat decorates her brow. It's like she's glowing. Is this really what you do for fun? She smiles. No wonder your arms look like that. My arms? I glance at them and shrug. Are we climbing back down or walking around? I didn't take you to climb a cliff. I turn her around, hands on her waist. I took you to see this. Oh. Her usual defensiveness is gone. She sounds awed. Wow. From this vantage point, we can see the entire base. The thatched roofs, the soldiers patrolling, the servants pushing wheelbarrows of grain. And we can see the mountains in the distance with their snow-topped caps, and the meadows swaying with the wind. I've never seen anything this beautiful in my life. Pride swells in my chest. I thought you might like it. I'll bet. She sits on the rock cliff and I settle beside her. Do you take all the girls here? No. She doesn't seem to believe me, but my words still bring a slight flush to her cheeks. There's a blackberry bush growing on the cliff, clinging to the small patch of earth it's found here, and I pick them for her. Dana eats them and stares out at the base. It really is beautiful, I think, what my people have managed to build in the midst of a war. I come here often to think, alone, to watch my people and think about their future. But this time, I watch the juice of the berries stain Dana's lips. The rays of the sun bounce off her sharp cheekbone, the curve of her dark lashes as she blinks. This time, I'm not alone. I told Gore that I'm spending the day interrogating you. Did you now? Well, I'd hate to call you a liar. Go ahead, let's hear your latest round of questions. I shake my head. You'll tell me when you're ready. At least I hope that she will. I want to know her, but even more than that, I want her to trust me. She stares at me, stunned, and I lie back, hands bent beneath my head, and finally look at the view. We stay there like that most of the day, traveling down to drink fresh water from the stream. I catch a fish, and she cooks it over an open flame. I don't ask her any questions, but she tells me small things. Her mother's favorite flower, which grows nearby. How her father hated fish. Her sister loved to dance, and she loves to watch the sunset. When the evening comes, we climb back up the cliff to watch it. The sky is every color I can imagine, yellow and orange and violet. It's the most beautiful I've ever seen. Dana's hand covers mine, and I tangle our fingers together. For a moment, there's nothing in the world but her pulse against mine and the many-hued sky. When I turn to look at her, she's already looking back at me. I take a deep breath and lean forward, giving her time to pull away. But she stares at me, eyes wide with wonder, until I press my lips against hers and her eyes drift shut. When I finally pull away, she runs her tongue across her lips like she's savoring the taste. If I said I hadn't imagined this, I'd be lying. I spent half the night imagining it, But instead of the conversation I'd expected to follow, Dana simply leans her head against my shoulder. We watch the sunset together as if we've done it for years.
Chapter 16. Dana. The view of the sunset over the base is incredible to see. I can't help but admire it from up on this bluff, taking in the peacefulness that it seems the world's fallen into. As chaotic as my past few days here have been, this is by far the most lovely day I've had yet. It's safe to say that my life hasn't exactly been easy for me, but even with that in mind, I can't help but feel that with Pitha here next to me. His body is warm against my shoulder, and his hand creeps up to place over mine where it rests flat on the grass. I smile and turn my head to look up at him, surprised when I see he's already beaten me to it. Pitha? I'd like to kiss you again, Dana. His words set my heart on fire. I know my cheeks must be red because he turns a little to cup my face with his hand. If you'll let me. I wet my lips with my tongue, staring into those deep-coloured eyes of his. I'd want nothing more. He growls at my statement, but is gentle when he places his lips over mine for the second time. The first kiss had been chaste, but a small fraction of what this one contains. This one is full of passion and desire, everything I've felt for him over the past few days that's been slowly building no matter what I try and do to stop it. Gods, what am I doing? Before I have a chance to think too deeply into it, I feel Pitha pulling me over onto his lap. I settle into him nicely, letting him run his hands over my body while I tilt my head to deepen our kiss. He growls again, running his tongue along the seam of my lips and parting them slowly. His tongue dances around mine in a sensual way that has my toes curling in my boots. Gods, how is he able to do this to me, make me feel this way, with just a simple kiss? It feels maddening and right all wrapped up into one pretty bow. Am I a traitor to the Alliance for letting him do this to me? An orc whose intentions I know nothing of, aside from the fact that he's looking out for his own people in the way chieftains do. My head swims with the thoughts that I try hard not to concentrate on. More. I need more of him. The rest of this chapter is too spicy for YouTube. I know it is not what you wanted to hear, but if you want to hear the steamy parts, please go to worldsofprotheka.com to get the unabridged and uncensored audiobook. You can use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off all digital goods, including this audiobook. I take off running down the bluff. There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me.
Chapter 17. Pitha. Dana, I call after her. She's quick as she runs down the bluff and through the empty streets, and more than once I stumble over myself trying to keep up with her as I lumber behind her. She surprises me by arriving back at my house, throwing the door open and disappearing inside without another word to me. I'm left slowing to a stop at the foot of the stairs leading up, panting heavily while pieces of my hair have come undone from the braids and stick to my slick skin. What happened? Everything had been fine until... I lift my hand, flexing the digits in the dying sunlight. Had I offended her by touching her so liberally? A frown settled on my face. If that were the case, I hadn't meant to make her feel uncomfortable by my advances. If anything, I thought for sure she'd been responding enthusiastically to me. Maybe I'd misread her. Taking the steps one by one, I swing the door shut behind me and stand in the darkened entryway while listening for the sounds of Dana moving inside somewhere. My hearing picks up on her shuffled around in her room before everything goes deathly quiet. A small stab of pain hits me in the chest. Treading down the hallway, I come to her door and rap my knuckles against it softly. Dana? There's no answer on the other side of the door. Simply cool silence. It had me frowning. If I've indeed made her feel uncomfortable, I only hope that she eventually comes out so that I can explain myself to her. Days pass by and I hardly hear from Dana at all. Her door stays shut from the moment I arise for my early morning patrols, as well as when I finally come back home after the sun sets. Only when my own door is closed and I've retired for the night do I hear hers open and her soft footsteps treading to the kitchen and bathroom. The first night it had happened, I'd been tempted to get up and confront her. It took everything in me to stop myself, knowing that if I did that, I'd only scare her back into her hole and would never hope to see her again. Maybe this was my punishment for getting carried away up on the bluff. I'd taken advantage of her when I hadn't meant to. That spark in her eyes had lured me in, catching me at a vulnerable time to where I'd thought we were on the same page. But we hadn't been. The guilt had kept me in bed, letting her wander around free of my presence while she took the time and the space she needed away from me. It hurt my heart to think that she could be feeling that way. Pitha. Lifting my head up, I scan my eyes around the room and spot Gore looking at me expectantly. Surrounding me on both sides are my strategists, 2 of my scouts, and an advisor. Waving my hand, I turn to my advisor, Iman. We've discovered from the captive dark elves that they have no army. That's why they haven't been making swift advances on us and have been sending out scouts instead. Iman rubbed a hand along his jawline, his brows knitting together in thought. Interesting. And what of the captives? Where are they now? One of my strategists, Dreft, steps forward with his arms tucked behind his back. They've been dealt with. They had no other information to offer us. They're testing us. Gore spoke up. The miserable wretches think if they keep sending scouts, that it'll spook us into leaving or advancing to another part of the territory, leaving this one vulnerable. A stupid move on their part. I growl. Of course, there is always room for the dark elves to be lying while they were being tortured, but the information seemed too logical. It lined up with what we'd been observing for months now, not to mention would clear us of having to worry about an army if they were indeed without one. The table in front of me is littered with maps, sketches, and small wood-carved pieces that have been arranged in a formation around the bend in the trees that protects our base. If there is some kind of mass rise from the dark elves that we don't know about, despite this new information, we'll at least be ready. We'll send some scouts to the location of where the dark elves described their encampment to be. If we can verify that what has been said still rings true, then we'll have no problem in wiping them. Just then, the door to the room is flung open. All of us turn at the same time to look at the intruder, one of the information runners that I'd sent out weeks ago. He pants, half leaned over to rest against the door frame while a hand stretches towards me, a letter in between his fingers. For you, sir, from old Malik. I cross the room and take it from him. It's creased from how tightly he'd been carrying it getting back here. The back of it is sealed with a wax stamp in the shape of a symbol I don't recognize. Tearing it open, I spot the letter neatly folded inside of it. I toss the envelope and unfold the paper, feeling the rest of my brigade crowd around me. Pitha, there's been a breakthrough in the letters. I've decoded enough of them to put together a picture and it doesn't look good. Dark elves are using humans, experiments. They're being carved and hollowed out in order to lock dark magic inside of them. What becomes of them? I'm not sure. Puppets? Something else? Only more decoded letters will tell. I suspect the humans will be used as conduits to work against us. Be on guard. They may not look any different than the humans we've come to know and hold dear. I'll be coming to the borders to discuss further with you on the matter. I suspect that we are in for trouble in the coming days. Be prepared, Malik. My blood runs cold. Conduits, puppets for the dark elves. It all makes my head spin. Gore plucks the letter from my hands, reading it aloud to the rest of my men, while I head over to the door and dismiss the runner. What's to come of us if we're faced with magic-infused humans? They were a plentiful resource on this planet, and could be never-ending if the Dark Elves decided to capture a mass quantity and breed them like livestock. Dark Elves are opportunistic in the worst ways. They would do anything to take us orcs out once and for all if it meant enslaving humanity to do so. Humans? Someone behind me choked out. What are we going to do? I sigh, turning back around. We'll keep our borders tight until we can get a clearer picture of the situation. Malik will be here in a few days. Ayman steps forward. What about the humans already living here? What about the spy you brought in and kept? He points a finger at me, jabbing it in my direction. The gesture has me peeling my lips back and biting out a nasty growl. Watch your tone. He ignores my warning, plowing ahead. We need to kick them all out. What if some of them have already been infected? A small murmur ripples throughout the group of men, all aside from Gore. We aren't going to lock up every single human here. Besides, that would also be tearing families apart as well. We're not barbaric. They can't be trusted. Dref puts his hands on his hips, shaking his head. Pitha, you know they can't. I hate that with such a simple letter, everything is being turned around like this. I understand their fear and hesitation now that the truth seems to finally be revealing itself. But that wasn't a free invitation to round everyone up and throw them out into the cold. What if we hold them all in cells? Gore spoke up. We have an empty jail. No, I snap. Even the thought of dragging Dana down there sent a chill down my spine. I wasn't about to subject that to her, nor any other humans that live here. It isn't fair, nor could I realistically justify the decision. All of this is jumping to conclusions without any evidence to back it up. And that's not how we do things around here. Not on my watch. Enough. I put my hand up, stopping them all from arguing. When old Malik gets here and confirms whether or not the humans here are a risk, then we can figure it out. Until then, I'm not risking locking up innocent people. It'll create unnecessary chaos. I think you're being biased, Pitha. A growl leaves me. Excuse me? Ayman stiffens his shoulders. You're living with a human, right? The spy. How can you be objective about this? I'm always objective when it comes to the people living inside of these walls. Don't forget that. He bares his teeth at me. You can't say that when you've got one at home bending over for you whenever you snap your fingers. There's no guarantee that she isn't working for them secretly, waiting for the chance to rise up and conduct an army of humans against us. How dare he? Excuse me? To even suggest that Dana is anything like that is grossly misleading, not to mention that she'd be more than happy to kick me in the balls than bend over and offer herself to me if I so much as suggested she do so with a flick of my wrist. My mouth opens to snap back at Iman, but I don't have to. Because before I know it, a fist is already connecting with his face, snapping his head back and crumbling him to the ground. I look over, seeing Gore standing over him. Chapter 18. Pitha. Inwardly, I want to groan. Outwardly, I growl. Enough. All of you. Gore huffs down at Iman, a startlingly violent look crossing his face. We don't disrespect females like that, regardless of their race. I have to admit that the look on Iman's face is truly priceless. He slowly picks himself up off the floor, his metaphorical tail between his legs as his eyes never leave the ground. Apologize, Gore demands. Iman sighs. Sorry. To our chieftain. I grunt. Gore. He fixes me with a look that immediately has me shutting up. I allow for him to glare down at Eamon until the orc is turning and lifting his eyes towards me. My apologies, chieftain. I open my mouth, ready to tell him to take off for the day when a loud boom has us all jumping. The entire building rattles from the force of it, causing some of us to stagger in place. What the hell was that? I growl. Gore is the first out the door and down the stairs leading to the outside entryway. I'm right on his heels, my hand already reaching for my weapon as he pushes the doors open and steps out into the sun. There is chaos everywhere, orcs running in all sorts of different directions as screams erupt around us. In the distance, there is a large cloud of smoke billowing up from inside of the base. The source of the noise, from what I'm guessing. Gore! I let go of the strap at my hip. Send someone to investigate. I'm cut off by another explosion, this one much, much closer. I grab Gore and tackle him into the ground, nearly missing a large piece of rubble that comes flying at us and hitting the meetings building. Behind us, I hear some of my men curse. Gore's rolling up onto his feet before I have a chance to register what the blazes just happened. Oh gods, Pitha! I push myself up to, just in time to see orcs that I don't recognize descend on the base. It's chaos immediately, with weapons being drawn and battle cries being shouted out. My axe connects with a long sword. The metal-on-metal contact has my arms and shoulders vibrating from the force of it. The strangers surround Gore and I from all sides, each of them taking turns swiping at us while more infantry races past us. I don't have time to shout over my shoulder at Dreft to order him into following after them, but trust that he has the foresight to do it anyway. I'm hammered away at by weapons swinging at me, all of which I narrowly avoid or get my axe clipped at with. Who are these people? And why have they come to invade the base? The last time I'd heard of outsiders invading a base, it was to raid one of the northern ones for supplies. But that had been years ago, and we have never once turned away a hungry troop looking for shelter. Gore and I cut through the line of orcs that seemed to be never-ending, both of us panting heavily by the time the last one drops at our feet. I kick one of their heads, seeing a clan insignia on the back of the collar, one that I don't recognize. Where are they from? I shake my head. No idea. Why would they attack us? Food? Shelter? I shake my head again. It makes no sense. Why go out of the way in blowing up some buildings and not simply meet us at the front gate? An invasion like this is pre-planned, not something a troop of orcs who had stumbled upon the base would come up with out of desperation. Damn! I spit out. Gore turns to me. What? Dana. His face hardens. Go find her. I'll catch up with the guards to investigate this further. Just then, another explosion rocks the ground near us once more. Damn it! Gore shoves me. Go! I don't think twice before I turn around and run through the empty streets. Rubble and broken pieces of building litter the walkways, making it almost impossible to get around without having to climb over everything. As I pass by some storefronts, I see terrified eyes peeking out from them. It hurts not to stop and reassure them that I've got everything under control, but the truth is, I most certainly do not. Whatever this attack is, it's way too pinpointed. Someone wants us dead. Though I can't imagine what, other than dark elves. But dark elves and orcs would never work together. I climb over another pile of rubble and finally make it down my street. The dark cloud of smoke from the fire looms ahead, causing my heart to pick up speed. Oh gods! What if that explosion had hurt Dana? What would I do if I found her corpse laying among the debris and rubble? I'd never forgive myself for it. Our last interaction having been some misunderstanding turned fight that we'd never gotten resolved. No, I can't think like that. She has to be all right. I would accept nothing less. Once I get up closer to the source of the fire, I see that it's not my home, but one a few doors down from mine. I hate that relief floods through me because whatever happened to the people in that house is something straight out of a horrid nightmare. Orcs gather around with pails in their hands, a line formed outside while they quickly throw water onto the fire in order to put it out. I've never been more proud of the people living in this base. A true community having come together. It's a short-lived feeling, though, because once I climb the stairs up to my porch, I see that my door has been busted open. Dana. Quickly heading inside, I call for her. Dana! But only silence greets me. Where could she have gone? Who would bust down my door looking for her? My feet carry me to her bedroom where her door is halfway off its hinges. I trail my fingers over the splintered surface, spotting the open window on the other side of the room. Ducking over to it, I squint out of the dirty pan to see if she's somehow hiding under it. Only the empty alley between my and my neighbor's house greets me. By the deceiver! I stand back up again. Not wanting to give up so easily, I move throughout the rest of my house calling for her. I check my closet, under both of our beds, anything while hoping that she's somehow still in the house and not halfway to somewhere else that I would have no hopes in tracking her down. Would she leave the base? I shake the thought from my head. She could, but it wouldn't make any sense for her to do that. If people had come to take her away, going so far as to break down my front door, then she had every right to run as far and as fast as she could away from here. But heading out of the base among all the chaos didn't make sense. Plus, it would leave her vulnerable out there like that, with no protection and whoever it was that had been chasing her down. So where would she go? If someone had been after her, she would go to the only place she feels safe enough to hide, a place that she could easily lose someone if they were following after her. Where would that? A thought occurs to me suddenly. The forest. I turn and run out my front door. It's the only logical place she would feel comfortable going to that isn't inside the base. If she were truly terrified of someone finding her within these walls, the forest gave her enough coverage to stay relatively close, but not enough to get picked up in the chaos. I hope I'm right. The fires, the yelling and screaming, and the fighting grow softer and softer until I hear nothing but my own panting breath and the sounds of the unkept grounds crunching under my feet. Finding Dana in this place is going to be close to impossible, but I don't care how long it takes. I'm going to find whoever the hell is after her and take them down with a smile on my face and my axe sinking deep into their chest. They're going to wish they picked someone else to run into, because my face being the last thing they see before the god of war claims them will only help satisfy my own bloodlust, something that I haven't felt boil up to the surface in a long while. But now, it courses through my veins, singing its siren song to me, with the only thing on my mind being those that were after my human dead at my feet. Dana, the human I'm meant to protect. Or else I'll die trying. No one is going to touch a hair on her head.
Chapter 19. Dana. I end up pacing around my room for what feels like hours. Being cooped up in here is driving me insane, not to mention trying to avoid Pitha every time I hear her moving around outside of my door. Sometimes I hear him stop in front of it and wait for the knock that I know is coming, but strangely enough, it never does. It's been like this for the past few days, and I can't help but wonder if he's abandoned me altogether or completely lost interest. I shake my head to get rid of the thoughts. That doesn't need to be a focus right now, especially since I need to escape this base and head back to Malik's clan. I'm sure by now he probably thinks I'm dead or worse, captured by the dark elves. I need to get this list to him before he gives up on me altogether. Telling Pitha is a no-go. Not only am I unsure of where he stands with me, but how can I trust him when I don't know where his true priorities lay? What if he's a part of the list? My head spins with all of my thoughts, bottled up inside of my head and ready to explode at any moment. It's horrible to say, but despite my reservations, I want to trust him. He's been good to his people as far as I've seen, and he's a strong leader with a good judgment of those he surrounds himself with. Not to mention, he stopped his people from trying to harm me after they suspected me of being a spy. But is my attraction to him clouding my judgment? I don't know. None of this really feels real anymore. All I know is that I need to get back to Malik's before I'm threatened to be strung up for being a spy again. Making up my mind, I head over to the door. I'll need to find Pitha and tell him about leaving. As long as I keep my story vague, I'm sure I can convince him to take me to Malik. All I'll need to tell him is that the old orc took me in after my family was gone. That's all he needed to know about that story. There was no need for me to divulge the information about the list at all. It's as if I'm trying to convince myself. My hand fists over the door handle, pulling it open to the outside world beyond. Orcs pass by me, hardly casting a glance my way even as I close the door behind me and step out onto the porch. Which is strange. Usually they're all too happy to give me displeased looks that I'm invading their sacred space with my untrustworthiness. Suddenly a scream pulls me away from my thoughts. I look over to it, seeing a few other orcs stop to process what they heard too. Around the other side of Pitha's house is what looks like a fire, the smoke from it blazing in the air and clouding the area above it in black. My eyes widen. Oh no. Just then, the ground rocks from underneath me and an explosion shoots through the air. I'm thrown back onto the porch, my back hitting the hard wood with a smack that had my breath leaving me. I gasp, trying to inflate my lungs again while my ears ring noisily. Around me, there's a hazy wave as orcs rush past me, taking cover. It takes me a few long moments to roll onto my side and force myself upright, my chest screaming as I draw in a few breaths. What just happened? Over there, I hear someone yell, sounding so far away but not at the same time. Turning back around, I spot two orcs that I don't recognise heading my way. They don't look any different than the orcs that live on the bay. For some inexplicable reason, I know that they're dangerous. I scramble to my feet. Shoving the door to Peter's house open and getting inside, I quickly shut it and lock it for good measure. Through the window on the side of the door, I see both orcs heading right for the house, one of them already coming up the steps. By the deceiver. Running back to my bedroom, still dizzy from the explosion, I ransack through everything and find the list that I'd tucked under my mattress the night I'd run away from Pitha up on that bluff. I slide it into the pocket inside of my boot, hearing the front door crash open. The window is the next thing I'm heading over to. I rip it open and immediately send myself through it. As soon as my feet hit the ground, I'm off running. I don't stop and wait for anyone to catch up to me, I just continue to run through the base. I gasp when another explosion is set off behind me, debris from the building flying through the air and nearly hitting me before I duck from it. What the hell is going on? There are screams all around me, terrified and blood-curdling that send chills racing up and down my spine. By all the deities of the old world pantheon. I need to get out of here. But where? Just as I round the corner of another building, I spot the forest in the distance. I think she went this way. I run for it, not caring to look back to see if the voice had been talking about me or not. I'm not taking my chances in figuring any of that all. All I need to do now is run until I can find cover and hide. If this really is some kind of attack, I want no part in getting caught. I'm not sure if they're here looking for the list or what, but I'm not sticking around to ask those orcs why they were following me and trying to get to me by breaking Pitha's door open. That isn't the normal behaviour of some friendly orcs. That's some "I'm going to kill you" type. The second I reach the forest, I can hear shouts behind me. At least if I can lose them here, I'll be fine. I'm easily lost among the big trees and the tall, overgrown bushes. I kick myself momentarily for forgetting to grab a weapon, but then again, when would I have had the time? There had only been a few seconds that I'd been alone in that house before the door to it had been kicked down. I dart around more trees, keeping myself as low to the ground as possible in order to blend into my surroundings. I have no idea how good these two are at tracking, but if they're anything like the orcs I know from Malik's clan, then I need to be as quiet as possible. I stop right as I get to a large expanse of space and tuck myself under a few bushes crammed together. To the right of me, I hear the crashing of a pair of heavy bodies moving through the forest, not at all trying to be quiet. They stop once they hit the small clearing, both of them looking around trying to spy me among the brush. Where did she go? I thought she went this way. No, you idiot. I was asking you where she went back before we went through here. That's not what you said. There was a loud groan. You go that way and I'll go this way. Meet back here in 10 minutes. We'll find that bitch in no time. Right. As they both split off in opposite directions, I held my breath and counted to 30. My lungs screamed as I let myself breathe again, already strained from me running and having the wind knocked out of me earlier. I need to get back to the base somehow and find Pitha. If anyone's going to keep me safe from these strange orcs, it's him. Plus, he'll know what to do if they happen to somehow be enemies with his clan. Pushing myself up slowly from where I'd been hiding, I slowly make my way out from under it all and step into the small clearing. Straining to hear anything, all that accompanies me is silence. I let out a small sigh of relief. Well, that's one less thing to worry about. Found you. I whip around, seeing one of the orcs who'd been chasing me standing only a few yards away. He grins widely at me, showing off his sharp fangs. I know you'd be around here somewhere. Just had to wait for you to come out of hiding, I see. My heart pounds in my chest. Oh, gods. I don't say anything back to him. Instead, I take off running again. Hey! My legs burn as I sprint through the trees, stray branches and twigs slicing at my face and stinging me the more I break through them to get away from the footsteps pounding after me. There isn't another single thought in my mind other than run. Chapter 20. Dana. The footsteps grow distant as I race through the trees. It's hard to see with the thick canopy overhead, even with the light trying to come through. Now that I have no plan on where I'm going, or know where Pitha is, I'm screwed. I'm so screwed. What started the fire? And the explosion? Who would cause such a thing to happen? It makes no sense. The chaos of it all had grown too big too quickly for it to be something simple like a kitchen fire that had gotten out of hand. And why had those orcs chased after me instead of helping quell the fire? None of this made any sense, and that pit in my stomach from earlier has only been growing heavier and heavier by the second. I stop once I reach a small clearing. I recognise it from my date with Pitha. The bluff was up here, wasn't it? If I could find it, I could look over the base and see what is really going on. Maybe I'd even be able to spot Pitha. Heading north, it doesn't take me long to find the rocky trail leading up to the bluff. In the distance, I can hear shouting from the base, far enough away from it where the many voices smatter together to create a cacophony of chaos. I hope no one's been seriously hurt. Even with their hostilities towards me since I'd arrived, that didn't mean I wanted any of the orcs to suffer or be hurt from something that seemed like it had gotten out of control from outside forces. What those could be, I have no clue. I only hope that Pitha could keep his base under wraps before it devolved into complete destruction. Climbing up the ridge, I start to hear more voices, but this time much closer than the base. They're clearer and harsh sounding as they talk to one another. Lowering myself to the ground, I crawl up the last few feet until the top of the bluff plateaus and the ground flattens. It's easy for me to conceal myself behind the shrubs that grow wildly around me, but it's harder than I expect to part them silently in order to get a good look at who is here. It seems that it was a success. The base should be in shambles by now. There is a rumbling laugh, one that doesn't sit right with me. Finally getting the shrub parted enough to peer through it, I spot an orc with his back turned to me. He has a battle axe strapped to his back, the edge of it sharp-looking and glinting in the light as he shifts on his feet. Next to him are two dark elves. What is going on? Good. See to it that the human is recovered. That ledger needs to be recovered as soon as possible. My entire body freezes. They're here for me. I have men searching for her now. She'll be found soon. No. Did Pitha know? There is a loud roar that echoes from the base and up over the bluff, a noise that has me shivering from how feral it sounds. It has all three men turning to look, and that's when I catch the sight of the orc's profile. I recognise him almost immediately. Ishtar, a chieftain from one of the clans out west. I've seen him on more than a few occasions working with Malik, while he'd been travelling through the lands looking for supplies to bring back to his clan. They'd been in desperate need of water working tools that Malik had been kind enough to help him build in order to take back with him. How far he's fallen, working with dark elves. Why would he be interested in helping to capture me? The dark elves have motive with wanting the list back. But to an orc, a list of names of co-conspirators would be gold. My eyes widen, the realization slamming into me. He's on the list. Why else would he want it back just as badly? If his conspiracy with the Dark Elves were to be revealed to Malik, then all future help for his clan would be cut off. Not to mention it would start a war. Betrayal is never taken lightly, especially to orcs. He might as well have signed away his entire clan to be taken out. There's no telling how many of his people are involved in this, and who, if recovered and placed with another clan, would be comfortable enough to do the same thing if the opportunity presented itself once again. How could he do that to his own people? Pulling my arms out of the shrub, I back away slowly, trying not to make any sudden noises. I needed to find Pitha and tell him. He needed to know that whoever wasn't in his immediate circle wasn't to be trusted. As I start to descend the incline, though, my foot catches on a shard of rock sticking out of the ground. It causes me to careen backwards and slam into the earth, knocking the wind out of me. My body rolls from the force, tumbling down a few feet before I'm able to stop myself by digging my hand into the dirt and gravel. A small, pained groan escapes me. Damn, that hurt. What was that? I hear faintly over the sound of my beating heart. Is someone spying on us? I need to go. Slowly rolling onto my hands and knees, I push myself up from the ground. My body sways as my vision darkens. Pounding a fist on my chest, I knock the wind back into me and breathe in deeply to inflate my lungs. That's her! That's the human who stole the ledger! My head whips around to look up at the top of the bluff, the two dark elves and the orcs staring down at me in surprise. Blast! I turn and run down the rest of the incline. Grab her! My feet carry me quickly through the trees, darting and weaving around trunks and bushes that stick out in precarious places. Should I lead them back to the base? It would certainly give me enough cover to lose them in the chaos of the fire. But then again, Ishtar could write off chasing me as a precaution and wariness towards humans, and the orcs at the base already hated me. They'd soon string me up in the middle of the square and light a fire under my feet to watch me burn. Did Pitha know Ishtar was here? I have to try. I hear the sound of something heavy coming my way and duck just in time to feel the wind whip past me. I stumble to the ground, sliding on my hands as the sharp end of an axe protrudes out from the tree directly next to my head. Holy hell! I gasp. It had been 2 inches away from hitting me square in the back. Loud footsteps crashing through the forest has me up and running again. The sound of an axe being pried out of the tree kicks up my adrenaline. Get back here! I pass through the clearing, quickly stopping when the 2 dark elves appear at the other side of it. How did they get here so quickly? They both grin at me. Where do you think you're going? I backed up slowly. I don't know what you want from... Cut it. One of them lifted a bow at me, an arrow already strung. You know exactly why we're here. Shaking my head, I put my hands up. I have nothing you want. Where's the ledger? I don't know what you're talking about. Don't lie to them, girl. Ishtar's voice startles me, coming from behind me. They know you have it. Either give it back to them or lose your head. He holds up the axe by its hilt, waving it easily in his hand, while the muscles in his arm bulge slightly. I have no way of overpowering any of them, even if I had a weapon, which I don't. What am I going to do? Okay, all right. I turn back to the dark elves. I have it, but it's not on me. Where is it? The bow is still trained on me. Back at the base. If you just let me... An arrow flies right by my head, narrowly missing me when I duck out of the way and hit the ground. Stop lying. My body shakes. A small bead of blood runs down my cheek. The droplets coat the back of my hand in small pinpricks. Oh, gods. I'm going to die out here, aren't I? Pitha will have no idea what happened to me. I doubt the dark elves and Ishtar will leave my body here to find. They'll most likely take me somewhere deep in the woods and let the animals feed on my dead corpse. That has me swallowing thickly. Get up! One of the dark elves snarls. Shakily, I push myself up again. Another arrow is docked and aimed at my head again. Now, the list. My hand quivers as I reach down for my boot, my fingers brushing against the sharp edge of the page that is still tucked inside my hidden pocket. All of this has been for nothing. My temporary enslavement with the dark elves, being ostracized at the base, travelling all this way to help Malik form more pieces to the puzzle, only to be shot down like lame cattle. It can't end like this. Dana! A voice calls to me, startling me. As I turn to the voice, I see something ploughing through the trees. Duck! I flatten myself to the earth once again. Chapter 21. Dana. As I hit the ground, a rock digs into my sternum, causing me to choke out a groan. A sound of a heavy piece of metal goes flying by my head, hitting one of the dark elves square in the chest and dropping him like a sack of potatoes. My body shudders at the noise, a choked cough coming from the dark elf as he struggles to breathe through the blood bubbling up his throat. There are footsteps that come through the other side of the forest, hard and purposeful, while a low growl that resonates deep in my chest. Pitha. Lifting my head just enough to see movement out of the corner of my eye, I roll quickly out of the way when an arrow comes flying right at me. It sinks into the dirt, the tip of it moving slightly from the force of it being shot at me. Gods! I breathe out. Peter's battle cry has me pushing myself up onto my feet and turning just in time to see his fist flying towards Ishtar's face and catching him clean in the jaw. The other orc's head snaps back, his hand flying out on instinct with his battle axe to defend himself. Peter's foot comes up to kick the side of the blade, knocking it from Ishtar's hold and crumpling the orc to the ground. I hear another arrow come flying at me, whipping past my head and nicking me on the cheek. It stings my skin, a bead of blood running down my face and wetting the collar of my shirt. I need to do something, or else this dark elf is going to kill me before Peter can stop him. On impulse, I turn and dive in the direction of where Peter's axe had been thrown. The overgrowth was dense over here, giving me enough cover to pat my hands around on the ground. Dirt, twigs and dead leaves were the only things that were coming up, however. Behind me there was a loud thud as Peter screamed. "You traitor, what is wrong with you?" "You could only hope to gain the power that I have," Ishtar snapped back. "You're weak, all of you." I shook my head at Ishtar's remarks. If that were the case, that power could be gained from teaming up with the dark elves. Then why had orcs been subjugated by them in the first place? Why hadn't there always been an established hierarchy of power? And who exactly did Ishtar think they were fighting against, if not his own kind? Humans? We weren't dangerous in the slightest, comparatively. We could be cruel to each other, sure, but that paled in the face of the dark elf's reign. My hands finally brushed over the cool metal of Peter's axe, a grin splitting across my face as I uncovered it. Finding the handle, I grabbed and lifted it while standing. A groan escaped me. Holy hell, was this heavy. "I'll have you strung up in front of every orc on my base." The sound of a fist connecting with skin had me wincing. "They'll know what kind of a traitor you are." Ishtar's cold laugh sends dread down my spine. While I had no doubt that Peter would do anything to protect his people, whatever Ishtar was planning was big. If the list could give me any indication on how far this went, it ran deep. There were many, many dark elf soldiers on his side. We were all screwed if this problem didn't get squashed. Heading out from the cover of the trees, I dragged Peter's axe next to me, leaving a nice dirt trail behind. The minute the dark elf spotted me, he was already training his bow at me and locking his arrow once more. There was a split second in between him firing the arrow and me lifting the axe up to cover me. The metal-tipped arrow clinks against the bulk of the axe, ricocheting off of it and landing somewhere next to my feet. In the moment of confusion, I race forward, throwing my entire body weight's worth of muscle into hurling the axe at the dark elf. He screeches at me, dropping low to the ground as I get a clean slice through the air, though not close enough to actually hit him. Dana! Peter's voice shocks me into jumping back. Go! Now! I ignore him. I'm not letting him fight against Ishtar while also trying to fend off this dark elf, especially with the way his aim is almost entirely too good to not hit him. If I leave now, Peter's back will be littered with arrows. I'm not about to abandon him like this. Not after everything. Not after I finally want to admit to myself that I love him. The dark elf pushed up from the ground with his free hand, using his other to strike at me with the hard end of his bow. I avoid it, even if I know it won't cause any major damage. I can't let him get any edge over me. A split second could mean life or death. My shoulders burn as I bring the axe back up to slice at him again. The tip is sharp enough to cleanly cut through the dark elf's face, blood splattering everywhere in a wide arch that coats both me and the ground under me. I choke out a surprised gasp, one that has Pitha yelling again. Dana! The worry in his tone warms my chest, even through the adrenaline coursing through me. A dark hand grabs blindly at my ankle, causing me to arch the axe over me and swing it down execution style. It thumps hollowly into the dark elf's shoulder, angling in a way that I hadn't meant for it to, but ultimately ends up in practically severing his head from his body. Blood pours from the wound, his body going eerily still within a few seconds. I'm panting without even realising, the weight of Peter's weapon completely draining me of any strength I had left from running earlier. How in the gods does he manage to carry this thing so easily? If I hadn't known any better, I would think that it weighed as much as a toy prop. A pained grunt pulls my attention away from the corpse at my feet and back to where Pitha and Ishtar are. To my absolute horror, there is an arrow stuck in the side of Peter's neck. Blood pours from the wound, his body swaying as his knees hit the ground. Ishtar kicks him directly in the face, throwing him backward as his body collapses. No! I scream, dragging my axe with me. In the trees, I spot more dark elves hiding just out of view, another arrow coming to fly past me. My arms scream when I raise the axe, fending the metal-tipped weapon off, with only a split second of it hitting me right in the chest. Dana! Peter claws at the ground, rolling onto his side while he slaps a hand over the arrow. Please, go! My eyes water, his image becoming blurry and hard to see. I can't leave you. Stupid! Ishtar laughs, grabbing Peter by the back of his armour and hauling him onto his knees again. His hand fists around the arrow. Both of you are so mindless that it pains me. No! I jolt forward, letting the axe fall from my hands. Ishtar rips the arrow out of Peter's neck, the wound gaping from where it had once been lodged and blocking him from bleeding out. My orc crumbles to the ground in a lifeless way that tears me to shreds inside. Pitha! Ishtar laughs at us, turning away from the blood scene to retrieve his axe from where he'd thrown it earlier. I drop to my knees next to Pitha and try to roll him over onto his back, but it's truly a fruitless effort. His body weight is way too heavy for me to get very far, and the only thing I end up accomplishing is getting him onto his side. My tears are falling from my cheeks by now, a sob threatening to rack through me as I stare down at his slowly paling face. No. His hand comes up to press over the wound, his fingers instantly being coated in his own blood. Go, Dana, please. I shake my head at him, applying pressure over the wound as well. I can't leave you here. He opens his mouth to argue with me when a shadow appears over us. Peter's eyes go wide with the kind of fear I've never known him to possess. His breath hitches. No. I turn to look up over my shoulder at Ishtar, his axe raised high over his head in the same execution style I'd used on the dark elf only moments before. For some reason, the sight brings me peace. The finality of it all clicks in my mind the moment Ishtar's face breaks out into a wild grin. Even though I'll never be able to deliver my list to Malik, the least I can do is protect Peter in the meantime. Cover him with my own body while the giant axe comes down to cleave me in half. His blade is sharp, but not sharp enough to cut me down to the bone to get to Peter right away. If we're both to die here, I want to do so by protecting the person that I love and care about, even if it's fruitless in the end. Taking my hands off of Peter's neck, my arms come around him to cover both his head, neck, and part of his chest from view. I feel him pull in a surprised gasp when I squeeze him tightly. "I'm sorry," I murmur. "Wow," Ishtar says above us. "A 2-for-1 deal. How excellent." The next second, I hear the blade swinging down.
Chapter 22. Pitha. Blindly, I reach for Dana, pushing at her shoulder to let go of me. She doesn't budge, and my efforts only seem to double down hers. Her arms tighten around me, squeezing me impossibly tight as she surrounds herself to protect me. What a stupidly beautiful creature she is. Her body stiffens when the wind from the axe plummeting towards us breezes past us. I tense myself, ready for the impact to hit us both, and ready for that blood-curdling scream to leave her body once the blade makes contact. "Blast!" Ishtar shouts, his axe coming down to bury itself next to my body in the dirt. The impact has me shuddering in relief. "What?" The other orc's demands are quickly cut off, following the sound of a large body dropping to the ground at my feet. The quiet stillness of the forest leaves us both holding our breath in anticipation. Dana pulls herself up off me, craning her head back to look at what just happened. "Pitha!" A familiar voice calls to me. "What? You need a human shield now? How far you've fallen, my friend?" I blink in surprise, doubtful that I've heard right. Dana's hands come back up to put pressure on my neck, keeping me from going lightheaded and passing out from blood loss. Above me, another figure appears, this one much more friendly. "Gathel," I mumble. He grins with his hands on his hips, his eyes practically squeezing shut. "You look horrid." The scene is entirely too casual. In the background, I catch the sounds of the dark elves that had been hiding in the trees, being pulled down from the branches with short yelps that follow the distinct noises of their heads being cleaved off of their bodies. "Who are you?" DNA demands, as brave as ever. Her eyes flit nervously between us both, not trusting Gathol to be a friendly ally or a hidden threat. She's smart to do so, considering the state in which Ishtar has left us all in. "Ah, an old friend." Gathol offers her a hand to which she shakes her head at. "Wow, Pitha, you sure have quite a pretty shield to protect you from harm's way. Tell me where to get one. I'm dying to know what village you plucked her from." I scoff at him. "Will you help me up? And send your medic over." If Gathol comes with his personal troop to rescue us, something that is almost unfathomable considering his clan is miles away east of the base, then I know he's brought along his full arsenal. He laughs heartily. "As demanding as ever." Dana's much less willing to trust his intentions, even as the medic I requested comes over to kneel beside me and assess the wound left over from the arrow. Now that I've calmed down from the heated battle and trying to protect Dana, it's hard not to focus on her bravery in trying to protect me. As stupid as it was to do so. She's pulled away with a gentle hand on her back from Gathol when the medic replaces her bloodied hands. My eyes fixate on her, even as I'm being patched and stitched back together. "It's not like you to get an arrow to such a vulnerable place," Gathol comments. It has me grunting in annoyance, even though I know he's right. I was focused on other things and hadn't been paying close attention to the trees. Ah, what a rookie mistake, though I can imagine why. The comments are all said with good humor behind them, even if they're meant to piss me off. As chieftain of his own clan, Gathol's never been one not to pass up an opportunity to hassle any other leader that crosses paths with him. A part of his charm, as Gore would tell me. I have yet to see it, however. I'm righted up and brought back onto my feet soon after my neck is done being worked on. Spots cloud my vision, causing me to pitch forward and stumble slightly from the blood loss. Everyone tenses around me, ready to catch me, but only Dana fits her body against mine. It's funny considering I doubt she'd be able to keep me off of the ground if my knees decided to buckle, but her strength at my side is welcomed all the more. "Let's get you home," she murmurs quietly to me. The base welcomes Gathol and the Red Smoke clan with a bit of a lackluster fanfare. After dealing with the aftermath of the fire from earlier, it's been much more of an eventful day than my people have really bargained for. Not only are we on high alert for the possibility of dark elves striking again, but now that there are orcs among the ranks willing to throw away all that we've ever known in order to join forces with the same beings who mean to destroy us, is a whole other side to this war that I never saw coming. It all has my head spinning as I relay the information to Gore with Gathel, backing me up with his own testimony to what he'd come upon in the forest as Ishta sought to strike me and Dana down. The confusion on his face doesn't begin to cover the amount of betrayal I'm sure we all feel at Ishta's actions. My only saving grace is Dana sticking right by my side the entire time, lending me her strength. It isn't long before Gore demands that I head home and rest, his promise to keep the base safe, along with Gathel chiming in that slightly overbearing way of his, leaves me feeling satisfied for the time being that our people will be left in good hands as I recover. Which is all the better considering the longer I'm on my feet, the dizzier I grow. With a gentle nudge, Dana takes me home. Getting through the door is a chore, and standing upright long enough for her to collapse me into the couch is a whole other beast. Her eyes are bloodshot from crying earlier, and she still has dried blood on her hands and clothes from me and the dark elves. The sight of it has me feeling horrible. I should clean you. As I make to stand, she pushes me back down by the shoulders, forcing me to sit again. The effort isn't hard on her part. No, I still need to clean you up. She leaves before I can question what she means, coming back to me a few minutes later with a first aid kit in her hands. You have cuts all over your face, Pitha. They'll get infected if I don't clean them. What about you? She shakes her head at me, a determined frown settling on her face. I'm fine. I don't want to argue with her, not because I agree with her, but because I can tell she wants to do this, needs to in a way. I can understand the sentiment. Seeing someone almost die is an impossible feeling to comprehend. And what little grasp of control she has over this situation, I am more than happy to give her. Guiding her into my lap, I lean back into the couch and allow her to dab at my cuts and smear cream over them. By the time tomorrow rolls around, I'll be healed from them regardless of whether or not they're taken care of, but I keep my mouth shut about that. Thank you, I tell her quietly when she finally leans back to inspect her work. Her shoulders sag, her frown still coloring her features, but by now it's turned sad. I lift a hand to brush some of her hair back. Dana, I'm sorry. The words seem to spill out of her. I'm so sorry. Baffled, I ask, for what? Her eyes begin to tear up. You're hurt because of me. I sigh softly, chuckling at the end of it. I would die 1,000 deaths in order to keep you safe. You've done nothing but try and protect me, and for that, I should be thanking you. This only seems to make her eyes water more. I run my fingers along her jaw and cheek gently. But I'm the one they were after in the first place. You were in the wrong place at the wrong time. Don't blame yourself over that. She shakes her head, frustrated. You don't understand. They were looking for me. My hand pauses in stroking her cheek. What? She swallows thickly. I stole something from them. Stole something? I repeat. What could you have possibly taken that would warrant them wanting to kill you? She slowly slides herself off my lap, her movements jerky and filled with too much shaking that has me wanting to reach out to her to pull her back into my arms. I hate that whatever it is they did to her has made her so frightened. She shouldn't be. I'd protect her at the cost of my entire clan. That thought dawns on me suddenly, the force of it ripping through my mind at such velocity that I'm shocked I hadn't realized it earlier. I'm truly falling for her. Hard. Dana lifts her leg and sticks her hand into her boot, producing a small, folded-up piece of paper that looks so innocuous in her hand that I have to force myself not to laugh. A piece of paper? They want to kill you over that? Her hands shake more as she unfolds it. It's not just a piece of paper, Pitha. It's a ledger. When she hands it to me, I take it and look it over. There are dozens of names on here, most of which I recognize, but there are a handful that I do. One of them being Ishta's. What? They're all working with the dark elves, her fingers ring together, to conquer us all. My eyes shoot up to catch hers again. Oh, Dana. She's kept this secret to herself, not knowing if I was one of the ones on this list. No wonder she'd be skeptical to trust me. How did you get this? She looks away from me. I got myself kidnapped and taken into one of the dark elf encampments closest to here. Malik. He's a chieftain to a clan that took me in a while ago. I've been running letters back to him for months in order for him to decode. I found that when I was looking for letters to take. My heart hammers in my chest. What a brave woman. How in the world did I manage to find her? She should be regarded as a hero. While the credit to the translating should of course be given to old Malik, he would have nothing if it wasn't for Dana's and whoever else he'd sent out to collect letters. Bravery. Come here. I hold out my hand, placing the list next to me. Her eyes widen, focusing back on me in surprise. Her hand slides into mine after a long moment, and I immediately pull her back onto my lap. She settles into me comfortably and without hesitations, something of which warms me deep inside my chest. You, I cup her face, are incredible.
Chapter 23. Dana. My heart pounds at the words. Incredible. Me. How has he managed to think that with me confessing that I've been hiding something this huge from him? Isn't he angry? Pitha holds my face in his hands, the tender look in his eyes making my stomach flip with butterflies. You aren't mad at me? His thumbs stroke over my cheeks. Why in the world would I be mad at you? My voice trails off. Wasn't it obvious? How could he be so calm and accepting of this? He's only just found out about the conspiracy that some of his own species are working for the dark elves, and yet he's calm and so caring. Dana? Pitha's voice brings me out of my thoughts. It's okay. You aren't mad, really? I'm upset that some of my own have decided to walk down such a dark path. But from your bravery, we're about to uncover the truth. That's not something anyone should be taken lightly. You are a true hero. You know that, don't you? My body jerks back from the shock of his words. A hero? I'd never considered myself one before, especially not now with him sitting here so hurt because I'd been stupid enough to get caught. How he managed to find me out in the forest when he did, I'd never know. I suspect he has a supernatural instinct that always leads me to him no matter where I am or what I'm doing. We always seem to find each other and gravitate in that direction, like two forces of power that can't help but attach to the other. I shake my head at him, but he stills me by tightening his hold on my cheeks. I truly mean that. Old Malik would have nothing to solve if it wasn't for you getting him those letters. My eyes widen. You know about the letters. We've had correspondence for a while now about them. In fact, he's coming to visit in a few days in order to discuss more of what he's found. My mouth drops open, but this time it's more out of relief than shock. He's on good terms with Malik. That means he's just as good of a person as my heart had expected him to be. My body sags suddenly, overwhelmed with how happy I am that he's not a threat in disguise that my mind has dressed up into a pretty package. Oh, I breathe out. He laughs softly. Did you think we didn't talk? I wasn't sure. He never tells me about his contacts. I see. His lips brush over my forehead. Not to worry, we are on good terms. I'm glad, Pitha. I didn't know who to trust after seeing that list. I'm sorry that I was so weird that first night you found me. I understand. You didn't know who I was. Even if that's true, I still feel incredibly guilty. He'd done nothing but keep me safe inside of these walls, even as the outside threats continued to grow more hostile, and had given me no reason to suspect him of anything. Then again, neither did Ishtar, apparently. I sigh. Pitha's finger runs along my jaw to tuck under my chin, pulling it back up again. Thank you for protecting me. I smiled softly. I always will, even when a giant axe is coming down to chop us both in half. He laughs, a very romantic sentiment. My heart flutters at the mention of it. It is, isn't it? His gaze drops down to my lips. Dana. Yes. I tell him before he even needs to say the words. Cupping my face again, he pulls me into a kiss that's as heated and passionate as the first time we'd done this. Back then, I'd regretted ending this so soon after they'd begun. The rest of this chapter is too spicy for YouTube. I know you're disappointed. I am too. However, right now if you go onto worldsofprotheka.com and use code YouTube30 to get 30% off this audiobook with all the steamy scenes as well as bundles, ebooks, audiobooks, and anything else. There are hundreds of hours of audiobooks designed to get you into the world of Protheka and get you hot and bothered too. Now, back to our scene.
Chapter 24. Pitha. Similar to last chapter, this chapter is also too spicy for YouTube. If you would like to listen to it, please go to worldsofprotheka.com and get the uncensored audiobook. You can take 30% off by using code YouTube30. In a world of elves, demons, and liches.
What would you choose?
Power?
Or passion?
Would you stab the monster in the back?
Or take him to bed?
The Immersive Fantasy Audiobook Bundle has it all.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com to get access.
Use code YouTube30 to get an additional 30% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive. Chapter 25. Dana. Once the sun rises, there is a knock on Pitha's door that has us both groaning in agony. I hadn't fooled myself into thinking that we would be left alone for long after the incident in the forest and the terror that swept through the base with the fire and explosion, but I suppose I'd been a little delusional thinking we'd get a full day's rest to recover. Pitha gathers me into his arms and brings me to his bedroom, tucking me in gently with a kiss on my forehead and a bid to come find me after talking to whoever was at the door. I can't say that I'm upset about being settled into a comfortable bed, and one that smells like Pitha nonetheless. I end up falling asleep for a short while, only waking when the door to Pitha's home swings shut and his heavy footfalls come back down the hallway. Turning over onto my side, I smile at him when he leans in the doorway. What's the news? Gathal has something important to discuss. Apparently he wasn't simply wandering around in the forest for fun yesterday. I can't help but laugh. Well, he happened upon us at the right time. Yes, Pitha frowns. Don't like him much. He's a character. I'm suddenly reminded of the other chieftain hassling Pitha about needing my protection. At the time, I'd been severely pissed about his jolly attitude when the situation had seemed so dire. But now that things were turning around and Pitha's recovery seemed to be going well, I could see the light-heartedness in the other orc's demeanour a little more clearly. Sitting up, I pushed the covers away from my body. You two must know each other rather well if he can tease you without worrying about you dying on him. Unfortunately, yesterday was not the first time he'd found me in a similar position. My mouth drops open. What a woman over you, protecting you. I hadn't meant for my words to sound so jealous, but I'm not about to take them back now. Pitha throws his head back and laughs. Gods, no, nothing like that. I meant mortally wounded. Instantly, I relax. Though, he steps away from the door, coming over to stand by the end and cup my face in his large hand. I don't mind that shade of jealousy on you. I slap at his hand, smiling despite myself. Be careful with how you say things then, or I may have to go to war with some imaginary woman. He laughs again, Come along to my meeting with me, so that this imaginary woman doesn't find and try to seduce me on the way there. When we get to the base's meeting room, there are a few others inside waiting for us. Gore, along with a few of Pitha's closest men, gather around a table in the centre filled with papers and open books that are scattered over it. Off to the side of the table is Gathal and 2 other orcs I don't recognise. Pitha nods at each of them, greeting them. "Good morning. I hope you're all well." They all rumble a good morning to him in unison. Several pairs of eyes then turn to fixate on me, making me feel a little more than intimidated. Despite this, I stand my ground and straighten my shoulders back. This is Dana. He holds out a hand to me, looking at Gathal's men. Gathal grins. "Ah, the one who bravely rescued my fellow chieftain. I'm pleased to see you here among us fellow warriors." I can't help but mirror Gathal's grin with one of my own. He has rather infectious energy that is hard to not fall into, even if it's at the expense of poking fun at my lover. "Thank you." I nod to him. Next to me, Pitha lets out a soft huff, sounding more amused than the annoyed expression on his face would lead anyone into believing. "Why don't we get down to why you're here, Gathal?" "Ah, no thank you for saving you from a bunch of dark elves. I see our rivalry still runs deep." Pitha rolls his eyes. "That rivalry was squashed when we were kids. Now that we're both grown and leaders of our own clans, don't you think it's time to put that to rest?" Gathal lets out a hearty laugh. "Never. That will mean you win." I slap a hand over my mouth, holding back a laugh. Pitha sighs heavily at him. "What I wouldn't give for a sword right now to stab through you." "Maybe after our meeting we can meet each other on the training grounds." "As much as I love this friendly reunion," Gore drawls, breaking both chieftains up, "we need to get down to business. Our base isn't going to recover by itself, and the longer we stand here bickering, the longer our people remain vulnerable." The second's words seem to sober up the entire room in a matter of seconds. I can't help but reflect on them, wondering how in the world the base is going to recover from the destruction that had almost brought the entire place to its knees. There had been several piles lined up in the streets, with sheets thrown over them, ones that I suspected were bodies lying under there. Rubble and buildings that had been caved in from the blast and scorched from the fire had been too common as Pitha and I had made our way down here. I feel horrible for the orcs that live here. None of this had been their fault, and yet they're the ones having to deal with the aftermath of it all. Gathal clears his throat. A few days again, a human female arrived at my clan's doorstep, looking for shelter. She had gotten word that someone on this base had been made aware that a ledger stolen from the dark elves had been recovered and brought here. I stiffened. Who would be looking for me and on top of that know about the list? The only person who could have that kind of information, besides Pitha, was the woman who I'd met in the forest, the one who'd helped me out of that hole in the ground. "Who is this woman?" Pitha crossed his arms over his chest, blocking me slightly from view by shifting himself towards me. It's an unconscious movement on his part, but one that I appreciate all the same. Whatever my face tells, I'm sure he doesn't want anyone to suspect anything, even if it's carefully blank like I hope it is. At this time, I'm not allowed to divulge that information. Gathal gives him a bit of a strained smile that looks almost painful. I'm sure you can understand that. Something passes between the two chieftains, a shared secret of sorts that has me curious. With them having a long history, though, it doesn't surprise me that there are things between them that have long since bonded them over the years, even if Pitha is reluctant to admit out loud. "I assume since you're here, you mean to find her protection among the base's walls." "Indeed, as long as you are all right in housing her for a while. As long as you don't believe she's a danger to anyone, that is fine with me." "She is innocent, I assure you, though she does have a bit of a mouth on her." Gathal's grin is back on his face, splitting his smile wide enough to show off his sharp fangs. I reach up and pat Pitha's arm. "We're quite used to that around here." My words seem to break the tension up, even if I hadn't meant them to. There is a soft and rumbling set of laughs that circle around all of us. I'm sure whatever my reputation among these men are, it's definitely one that precedes me. Excellent. Gathal gives a firm nod. I'll have her settle in where you see fit. While we're here, I'd like to offer myself and my men to assist in helping you rebuild. That seems to surprise Pitha. I can't ask that of you, Gathal. He waves his hand dismissively. You would do the same for me, no? I'm surprised you're not asking me to get on my knees to beg you. Gathal's eyes are absolutely delighted as he says, Oh, we can go with that too. Gods, you are insufferable. You make it so easy, though. My hand squeezes Pitha's arm again, pulling him back from saying anything too nasty to Gathal that will end in the other chieftain rescinding his offer. Though, even if I believe the orc would take it in good spirits, there's always a possibility that it wouldn't be the case. And right now, the base needs all the help it can get. Thankfully, Gore steps in too. We would love to have your assistance. I can walk your men through what we need. It'll be a lot of clearing out debris before we are able to start fixing things up. Whatever you need, we'll be more than happy to help.
Chapter 26. Pitha. Weeks go by and progress is slow, but we manage to unbury ourselves from the destruction left by the Fark elves and Ishta's betrayal, along with finding out a few more details regarding his departure from the right side of the war. I've come to find that there are many more secrets to this game we've been playing with the Dark Elf than I previously thought had been possible. Since Gathal had been staying amongst the base, along with his men helping us uncover bodies and put families back together, we traded knowledge between us that had otherwise, but lost to the separation of our clans. He'd gotten the hunch a few months ago that there had been something in the works brewing between Ishta and his clan, when Gathal had traveled to visit his lands for a trade deal. As with anything, the deal had gone over rather smoothly, but Gathal had recounted that afterwards had been a different story. There had been whispered conspiracies among the clan the few nights that Gathal and his men had stayed, orcs coming and going in the dead of night, while the rest of the clan slept soundly, not knowing anything was going on beyond their comfortable walls. One night Gathal had gotten curious and had snuck out to follow the orcs leaving Ishta's encampment, only to find him having a secret meeting deep in the forest, surrounded by those same orcs. He told me that seeing it had given him a chill down his spine, and come morning, he and his own men had left with rather quick goodbyes and fled back to their lands hours away. It sickens me that there had been orcs on that ledger that Dana had stolen. One name was too many to throw their morals away in order to work with the Dark Elves. Gaining power should never be a priority. Not when we come to this world to escape that harsh reality. I'd be grateful for Dana's unwavering support in all of this. She'd been by my side the entire time that we set to rebuilding the base, and had stepped into a role as coordinator that she'd absolutely flourished in. I'd been over the moon happy to see my own people finally showing her their respects as she put in her own weight helping, and even then some. Even though she'd gotten off to a bad start with the people here, they'd slowly been growing to trust her over the weeks. And that is what made me happy to see. I would never force my people into accepting someone, even if it was at the detriment of myself. Though, that also didn't mean I wouldn't defend Dana if someone were to outrightly be aggressive towards her. That kind of treatment was uncalled for no matter the circumstance. All in all, by the time Gathal had announced his return to his clan's lands, the base had been almost completely rebuilt. It felt nice to no longer walk the streets and encounter the destruction left by traitors. Now, we were ready to dawn into a new era. I think I'm going to miss him. Dana leans into me, waving her hand high while Gathal and his men disappear into the distance. I'll allow that statement just this once. She grins up at me. Jealous, Pitha? I scoop her up before she has a chance to move away from me. Horribly so, I'm afraid. That has her laughing and wrapping her arms around my neck to playfully press her head against my jaw. You're something else. I know. I carry her back to my home, happy to have finally settled my duties for the rest of the day. Even though it's been rewarding seeing the base come back together, it's been taxing as well. Both Dana and I have been so busy that we've barely been able to make time for each other. Though now with the Red Smoke clan gone and the rest of the base in Gore's hands for the remainder of the day, I'm excited to have Dana all to myself again. It's been too long since I've been able to properly take care of her, aside from making sure she is fed and kept warm. But those are the basic necessities and not something that I strive to give her now that I'm ready to devote the rest of my life to her. The thought strikes me as soon as it passes through my mind, causing me to stop in place. Dana lifts her head to look at me. Pitha? Am I ready to want her to be my mate? She places a hand over my cheek, turning my attention to her. Her teal eyes gaze at me softly, confusion and concern darkening the color just a bit. I've never had someone care about me so deeply before. If I were to imagine my life a few months earlier, I never would have guessed that this is where I would end up. How wonderful to have Dana come crashing into it the way she had. What did I do to deserve her? Pitha? Be mine, Dana. The words come barreling out of me. Forever. She blinked in surprise. What does that mean exactly? Inwardly, I wince. It isn't my most tactful approach, but asking her here and now while my feelings are trying to burst from my chest is the only logical way I can think to tell her how much I want her to never leave my side. That I would do anything for her and protect her with my very dying breath. I want you to be my mate, Dana. I know it seems sudden, but I don't want to live another day without you. Her eyes water. You really mean that? I kiss her gently. Of course I do. I would never say something that I don't mean. Oh, Pitha. She deepens the kiss. Good thing we are close to my home. Breaking our connection is torture, but it gets me to quickly get us back before I throw all sense to the wind and lay her down in the middle of the streets to have my way with her. I'm sure neither of us would really care in the moment, however. The aftermath of anyone walking by seeing Dana in such a vulnerable state has me practically growling out loud. Only I'm allowed to see her like that. No one else. I kick the front door to my home open with enough force to practically break it. Dana laughs in my ear, the sound of it almost musical in a way that has my heart pounding. Kicking the door shut in much the same way, I take her to my room and lay her down onto my bed. Our bed, I remind myself with a smile. She is so beautiful, staring up at me with those lustful eyes that are only reserved for me. Leaning down, I connect our mouths again, moving my tongue in time with my hands as I slip past her lips and run my hands up under her clothes. The rest of this chapter is too spicy for YouTube. I know you are disappointed, but YouTube will not let me tell you what exactly I will do to Dana or how much she will like it. If you would like to see, please go to worldsofprotheka.com and use promo code YouTube30 to get 30% off this book and everything else digital in the store. Orcs, gargoyles, vampires, ice monsters, demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive. Chapter 27. Dana. It's a welcomed surprise to see Malik arrive at the base the next day. There's a buzz in the air that is palpable, one that I'm more than happy to fall into. Since being kept at the Dark Elves encampment for so long, and then here at the base, I haven't seen Malik in what feels like forever. I hope he isn't upset with me that I never returned to him. Though, with everything that's gone down here at the base, I don't believe he can really blame me. Pitha takes us to the meeting room, where we find Malik and a few other orcs from his clan accompanying him. He smiles widely at me, holding his arms out the moment he spots me next to Pitha. I can't help it when my eyes well up with tears, overcome to see that the person that had taken me in when I'd been so badly mistreated still holds the same affection for me after all this time away. Dana! I fold myself into his arms, letting him sweep me up into a tight hold. I was beginning to worry when you didn't come back. I'm sorry. I wipe my eyes as I pull away from him. I didn't mean to worry you. He shakes his head at me. I'm only glad that you are safe. I trust the people here have been taking care of you. At that, he gives Pitha a narrow eyes look. My mate snorts. Mate. I smile at the word. That's what he is to me now. I've been treated very well, I assure Malik. Good. I'm glad to hear it. I'm not above disciplining chieftains that aren't taking care of my information gatherers. Speaking of which, leaning down to reach into my boot, I extract the paper from it and hold it out to him. I found this when I was looking for more letters. It seems to be a list with the conspirators working with the dark elves. He blinks in surprise. Oh? Taking it from my fingers, he heads over to one of the chairs seated around the table in the centre of the room. Settling down into it, he unfolds the ledger and runs his eyes over it. I feel Pitha brush his hand against my side and carefully slip mine into his. Malik is quiet for a while as he studies the list. I can't imagine what he's thinking while reading it. He's been around for so long and has travelled to so many places that I have no doubt there are names on that list he absolutely recognises. How horrible would it be to realise that the people you once thought would never betray their own kind would turn their backs and do just that? I don't know what I would do if I were in his position. This is certainly concerning, he finally says. Ishtar paid us a visit not too long ago. Pitha frowns. He was working with dark elves and attacked the base as a result. Malik lifts his head. Of Blackwater? Malik shakes his head, his gaze moving back to the list in his hands. Well, this is certainly troubling. I do have other news as well, about the experiments that I wrote to you about. I tilted my head, glancing up at Pitha. Experiments? Both orcs incline their heads at the same time, but Malik speaks first. The letters and notes that I've been decoding after the past few months, they've all been a part of a series of correspondence between the dark elves talking of human experimentation. I shudder at the thought. That sounds horrible. It is. Even worse than that, they're planning on using humans as their conduits in order to gain more power here, infusing them with dark magic using torturous techniques. Pitha squeezes my hand when I lean into them, the shock of Malik's words rendering me speechless. Have you figured out where the experiments are taking place? Not yet, but I know what we will need to look for in order to identify these carved-out humans. Carved out? Gods, that sounds worse than him talking about experiments in general. Just how far are the dark elves willing to go in order to conquer these lands? Didn't they have enough of that back from where they came from? It's as if they refuse to let anyone flourish without wanting to cause them suffering. What do we look for? They'll have a mark on their body, like a gemstone infused into their skin. It's a way for them to connect to the magic itself and be infused with the dark power that the dark elves seek to use in order to wield against the rest of us. Pitha sighs. At least we know what to look for. Malik nods. Indeed. Though it will vary on where the stone is. I've only found one human so far with this, and it was on their left hip. What was the colour? This one was a deep magenta, but I'm sure that won't be the only one. Dark elves may be brash, but they unfortunately aren't stupid. They'll likely use all kinds of stones and spots to place them. Some humans may have a few on them. Dark elves really are horrible. Can we save them? Maybe. I struggle to find the words. Pull them out of the humans and restore them back to their natural state? Malik shakes his head. By that point, the human soul will have been carved out of them. They'll be a walking husk. There is no point in not killing them, for they will already be dead. Don't feel bad if you cross one, Dana. Kill it the moment you are able to, or else they will kill you. As haunting as his words are, I understand the graveness in his tone. He's only telling us these horrible details because he wants to protect us and make sure we remain safe. I'm sure that any sort of hesitation on my end when faced with a dark, magic-infused human would only result in my quick demise. Without knowing, I would want to help them, even if it meant letting them get close to me in order for them to kill me. It's the type of person I am. Leaving someone to struggle if I thought I could help would never cross my mind. As long as Malik believes these people to be dangerous, though, I'm going to follow his orders to kill them. I wouldn't let someone that was only a husk of a being steal my life away when I was still walking around living and breathing. Plus, I don't know what I would do if Pitha were to be hurt by one of them. I'd more than likely tear the whole world down if that were to happen. I nod. Kill them. Got it. Satisfied with my answer, he glances over Pitha's way. Over the coming days, we'll go through what I've found out about the human experiments. You and your guard will need to become experts at spotting them since you're a first line of defense. Pitha inclines his head. I'm ready whenever you are. Excellent. Malik rises to his feet, taking the list again and holding it up to his eyes. Thank you for this, Dana. It's an invaluable piece of information. I preen at the praise, even if everything else has successfully scared the crap out of me. Will you be able to stop the people on that list? Unfortunately, it's incomplete. I suspect you might have taken it before one of the dark elves got around to writing out the rest of the names. Damn it, I mumble. He laughs softly. Don't beat yourself up. I'm glad you didn't stick around any longer than you did. You left at the right time you needed to. Your instincts have always been good when it comes to that. Still, I'm disappointed in myself for not getting a complete list. This entire time I thought I'd been carrying around the jackpot to solve this entire, only to find out that it was only half that. I'm sure if I had known that, I could have stayed in that encampment a little longer. Dana. Pitha squeezes my hand. Stop. I tear my eyes away from the floor to look at him. What? Don't. I can see those wheels in your head turning. You heard him. You did incredible. Don't blame yourself for not getting a full list when you didn't know there was more to begin with. I frown. But... He shakes his head and cups my face. No buts. You heard me. Despite my plummeting mood, his stern words have me smiling. Pitha has never been one to let me dwell on things I can't change. That much had been rather apparent when we'd worked together to rebuild the base. He'd told me that the only way of moving forward was looking back on past mistakes and taking those with me into the future, using them as lessons instead of burdens. It was something incredible to hear, and wise beyond what I'd ever heard before that. Pitha is always surprising me like that. Oh. Both of us turn to Malik, seeing his eyes fixated on the ledger. Pitha drops his hand from my face. Something wrong? There seems to be something hidden on the back of this page. My eyes widen. What is it? Holding it up close to his eyes, Malik squints at the paper. Old text of some kind. Old text? Pitha repeats. Like what? From an old language? No, older than that. We both exchange looks with one another. What could be older than an old language? An ancient one? Ah, I see. What? We both ask at the same time. This is a letter from Protheka.
Chapter 28. Pitha. Protheka? I repeat. Old Malik nods. Yes, that's what it says. An old letter, actually. I'm blown away. Protheka is but a distant memory by now, a time long since forgotten about along with the great rift that had brought our kind here in the first place. The Great War had been a cataclysmic event that had given us salvation from the dark elves and the other creatures that resided in Protheka that seek to hunt us down. No one, at least that I know of, even remembers Protheka. Its stories have been passed down through our generations, but none of which are first-hand accounts. How do you know, Malik? When he looks up from the paper, he smiles at me. I can read it. My eyes widen. You... how? A small laugh escapes him. Because I've been there. I'm stunned. That had to mean that Malik is much older than he seems. What's Protheka? Dana asks. Old Malik answers for me. It's where our race originates from. It's a land of all sorts of creatures, not just dark elves and orcs. Her eyes widen. Oh. Shaking my head clear, I nod to his hands. The letter. What does it say? Glancing down at it again, Malik reads it carefully to himself, his mouth moving along with the words that I can't seem to read from his lips. If they're in one of the old languages from Protheka, then it's no wonder that I can't understand him. Since coming to Earth, orcs have adapted to the culture here, and that means the languages too. Monsters, he mumbles. Dana leans into me, a worried frown on her face that I can't help but want to mirror. If the dark elves have correspondence with those still in Protheka, then there's no telling the lengths they go to wipe us all out. It seems they're bent on bringing creatures to Earth to destroy it. Who are they bringing? It's hard to say. This letter refers to them as monsters, but that could mean anything. The dark elves consider nothing but their own kind lower-class citizens, so for all I know, they mean other orcs that are still in Protheka. Dana shifts slightly. Would those other orcs fight the ones here? Why would they want to? Malik looks up from the letter again. Our race has been historically mistreated. It wouldn't surprise me if the dark elves tried to trick them by promising them freedom in exchange for taking all of us out. Unfortunately, I wouldn't put it past the dark elves to do such a thing, as horrible as it is to think about our own kind slaughtering us like that. The idea isn't far-fetched anyway, now that we have a list filled with orcs that have already done such a thing. It's safe to say that the dark elves already here are more than likely being used as scouts, tracking down the clans here and making note of them. You think they're making a map? I clarify. Malik nods. Why else would they need to be everywhere? Why not concentrate on one area and work from there until all of the orcs are cleared out before moving on? I sigh. This is horrible news. Maybe so, but we still have time to figure out a plan of attack. I've only seen one dark magic-infused human so far. That doesn't mean they've perfected their technique. That simply means that one of their experiments worked. If this letter is any indication of what our future holds, we'll need to be prepared for war. We have enemies all around us now. We all need to unite together to stop the threats from escalating. I'm glad I have Malik here to calm me down from losing it and going to the dark elf encampments to try and wipe them out. As a former chieftain, he knows what it's like to have to lead people and take care of them from outside dangers. He isn't a stranger to facing enemies that seem to be hiding on all sides. We'll need to be prepared for anything. Malik goes on. How will they get the rift open again? The dark elves here don't have that kind of magic. I'm sure they'll be using the same techniques that they're using on the humans, with a stone that can create portals or conduct enough magic to concentrate it to open a portal. If that's the case, Dana mumbles, isn't it safe to say that wherever they open the portal, not just the monsters they're planning on bringing here can escape too? I'm sure. That's why all of us need to keep each other in the loop. None of the clans will be safe if those dark elves get a portal open. There are creatures on Protheka that you could only dream of in your nightmares of existing. Dana shudders. Whatever happens, I fix Malik with a hard look. We'll be prepared for it. He smiles back at me, and I'll be there to help. As Dana and I make our way back to my home, we're both oddly silent. I'm sure she's at a loss for words, much like I am. With the newfound knowledge of the Dark Elves' plot to destroy the orc species as we know it, It's a wonder that either of us have remained put together for this long. She holds my hand in a tight grip as we trail along the pathway, her head tilted down to stare at the ground. I feel horrible having her look so worried. I'm going to protect you, Dana. She looks up at me, a frown on her face. I know. That's what I'm worried about. I stop short, confusion pulling my brows together. Worried about me protecting you? Why? I don't want you to get hurt, Pitha. She folds her arms around me, burying her face in my chest. That's why I'm worried. Because I know the second I look like I'm in danger, you'll rush right out onto the battlefield to try and save me. You're exactly right. Her body tenses against mine. I sigh, brushing my hand over her hair. Dana, you are my mate. I will do anything that I can to make sure you are kept safe, even if I need to lay my own life down in order to do so. When she lifts her head up from my chest, there are tears shimmering in her eyes. I don't want you to die on me. I know, but I'd rather it be my life than yours. She sniffles softly, a tear falling down her cheek that I easily catch with the pad of my thumb. Can you promise me something? Anything. Please try to be safe and make it back to me. I know that you're expected to walk out onto the battlefield with no cares, but I need you, Pitha. If you die, Her voice cracks. I cup her cheeks. I love you to the ends of this earth, Donna. I will always come back to you, even if it's on a summer's breeze or as a shooting star in the night sky. I will always be there, even if you can't see me. She swallows, sniffling once more. That's a really beautiful thing to say. I laugh softly. It's the truth. No matter where I or you go, we will always be connected somehow. Somewhere. A soft smile graces her lips. That sounds nice. It does, doesn't it? She hugs me again, sighing softly against my chest. I love you, Pitha. That has me smiling. I will never tire of hearing those words. She could say them to me over and over again, until we are both old and gray and still. I want to hear them one more time uttered from her lips. I brush a hand through her hair again. I love you more, Dana. Hey, that's not fair. I laugh. It's the truth. Then make it official with me. She lifts her head again, tilting it at me. How? Mate with me. I think we already do that daily, she drawls. I part from her before scooping her up into my arms in order to carry her the rest of the way. Something that I've gotten into the habit of over these last few days. It's a ceremony. I tuck my hand under her to keep her upright. One that bonds us together as a couple for the rest of our lives. She runs a hand over my chest until she hooks her arm around my neck. Who goes? I shrug. Anyone we want. I can have old Malik officiate. Dana's mouth drops open. Really? Would he do that? Of course. He used to be a chieftain, so I'm sure he's done plenty throughout his lifetime. She practically grins ear to ear. I would love that, Pitha. I want to be bonded to you. No matter what happens in the future, I want our souls to be connected back to each other. Gods, this woman. She amazes me more and more with each day passing. If she thought my words were touching, then she has certainly blown me away with hers. I'll ask Malik first thing in the morning. How does that sound? She kisses my cheek. Wonderful.
Chapter 29. Dana. I wake with butterflies in my stomach. The morning of my mating ceremony is finally here, and I'm all too eager to roll out of bed and get going. Pitha pulls me closer, his large arms coming around to wrap me in a tight hold as his chest deflates with a deep exhale. It has me smiling and running my hands over his wide chest. I can't believe I'm actually mating with him today. In the back of my mind, there is a part of me that never thought I could be this happy, not after what had happened to me and my family. I thought I was always destined to live my life as a drifter, seeking out the information I'd need in order to take down the dark elves. Yet now that I'm here, in the arms of the man of my dreams, I can't help but feel that it's all some kind of cosmic joke that's going to come crashing down on me at any moment. How did I get so lucky? Pitha breathes soft and slow into my hair, still sleeping from our night rolling around in the sheets together. I think I'd surprised both of us with my stamina last night. But who could blame me? We were both almost killed. A war is now brewing, and to top it all off, we may have enemies among friends. Coming home with him last night after Malik's revelation had made me realise just how lucky I am to have Pitha there to protect me, save me from any danger that may come our way. His fierce loyalty to his people and the protectiveness over me had been more than admirable. It's been downright sexy. So of course, the moment we were back at his house, I jumped his bones. We barely made it to the bedroom before I'd gotten the straps of his weapons holders off of him and thrown to the floor and quickly worked at the waistband of his pants. Stretching and leaning into him, I felt a twinge between my legs. A delicious ache that satisfies me. I can't remember how many times I came last night, but it had been enough to lull me to sleep instantly. "Dana," Pitha mumbles, ruffling my hair slightly. My lips find his jaw, kissing along it softly while trying not to move too much and jostle him in case he is still sleeping and had only muttered my name in his dreamlike state. If that's the case, I wonder how often he dreams of me. His hand moves steadily down my back, curling around my backside to give it a squeeze. I laugh softly. I'm excited for today. As am I, my love. My heart flutters again at his words. As much as I want him to roll me over onto my back and push me into oblivion, I know if we start now, we're never going to be able to get out of bed. And I would hate to make Malik wait around for us like that, as tempting as the thought is. Slowly untangling myself and earning a soft groan from my soon-to-be mate, I sit up and stretch my arms above my head. "Dana," his voice is hoarse, grumbling. I drop them to grab at his shoulder, shaking him slightly. "Hurry up, or we'll be late for our ceremony." "Come lay with me for a few more minutes," he counters. I grin. It's really all too tempting. "We'll have plenty of time to lounge after the ceremony." He barks out a laugh, rolling onto his back and dragging me with him with an arm snaking around my waist at the last second. "You drive a hard bargain." My hands come up to cup at his pecs, giving me enough of a grip to lift myself up on my arms. "I know. I truly have you wrapped around my finger, don't I?" He smiles coyly. "You do. Make no mistake about that." I plan to use it to my full advantage today. His hand grips my cheek again, squeezing. "An appropriate use of your privilege." I laugh. "Good. Then get up and get dressed, or we're going to be late." The ceremony is beautiful. I hadn't expected anyone to join us for it, but when we arrived an hour later, dressed with our hands clasped together and gleeful grins stretching over our faces, we were greeted with a few dozen orcs centred around Malik. Most of them I hadn't recognised, but there were a few that I knew were close to Pitha. His arm thrown over their shoulders in order to pull them into tight embraces. The camaraderie and expressions of love palpable on all of their faces, while they congratulated their leader in his happiness. It warmed my heart, seeing Pitha have such devotion from those that he took care of. One day, I hope to have that too. "Let us gather to bind these two." Malik's voice booms over all of us, pulling our attention forward. He stands in the centre of the base's square, a wide grin set on his face as we make our way through the crowd of orcs over to him. My dress trails behind me, a pretty sage green that Pitha had brought out for me to wear between exchanged kisses. He'd told me he'd been saving it for a special occasion for me, and what better event to use it but at our own mating. It flows as I walk, the layered bottom swishing softly. The top bodice is lace tight and has a beautiful stitched pattern running around my ribcage to curl around the squared collar. It's a lovely piece that I hope I get to wear again at some point in my life. Did orcs do remating ceremonies? Maybe in a few years we could renew vows and I would get to relive this all over again. Pitha places me in front of Malik, turning to grab both of my hands in his, as one of the orcs next to Malik steps forward and wraps us both in red twine. Flowers are placed around us on the ground, fragrant and sweet-smelling that relaxes me slowly. A few of the petals are entwined around our hands, tickling my skin when I shift on my feet. I feel a pair of eyes on me and look up to spot Pitha watching me with a soft smile on his face. "You look beautiful, Dana." My face heats, my own smile breaking out across my face as a salt circle is drawn around us. "I love you, Pitha." He opens his mouth, ready to declare himself back to me when Malik interrupts us with a laugh. "You both are already moving ahead before I can properly mate you." My face flushed out of embarrassment. In the midst of all of this, I'd completely forgotten we were on display for half of the base to see, along with Malik. It's funny to me that the world seems to melt away the moment Pitha has his hands on me, as if nothing else matters but him being here with me. "Well, since you're so eager," Malik's tone is jovial, "I suppose we'll get started." As the orcs come back around to stand next to Malik, he speaks in a foreign tongue that I don't recognise. His words are lithe and rough-sounding but have a soft quality to them that has me squeezing Pitha's hands in mine. As we celebrate this union today, I ask the warrior to give us your blessing to ensure that this union is kept safe from all that may come to harm them in their journey together. Through you, this union will cherish each other and love each other through the hardships and the many prosperous days ahead. As the orcs, along with Pitha, bow their heads, I follow along. Closing my eyes, I take in the silence around me and the pressure around my fingers as my mate-to-be squeezes them once more. It makes me smile. "It is decreed." Malik speaks after a moment of silence, his tone firm and sure. I lift my head and open my eyes, catching Pitha's wild grin. "We've been blessed," he tells me. A laugh bubbles out of me. "Congratulations, you two." Malik steps forward, grabbing our shoulders and guiding us out of the salt circle. His hands stay fixed in position as the orcs behind him come around to cut the twine from around us. "From this day forth, you are now mated until the warrior calls you home." The moment the twine is completely pulled off of us, Pitha lifts me into his arms and kisses me. The cheers erupt around us, and all I can do is drown in love.
Chapter 30. Pitha. Liveliness fills the base as the procession and after-party continue on well into the night. By the time Dana and I stumble back to my home, the stars are in full view, and the moon high in the sky. Both of us laugh when I scoop her up into my arms and carry her across the porch. Her hands find my face, cradling my jaw to pull me into a kiss. Her lips are plush and soft against mine, fitting perfectly together when she tilts her head to deepen our kiss. My hands pat the side of the door blindly, trying to find the handle to push it open without breaking any contact. I love the way her fingers slide through my hair, tugging at the braids on the sides of my head in a firm grip. When I finally get a hold of the door handle, I shove it open with a swift kick, letting it part from the frame and slam against the inner wall of my home. It has Dana jumping slightly, pulling away from me to look over her shoulder. A small laugh escapes her. "Careful, or we'll be sleeping with no door tonight." I grin at her, letting my mischievousness get the better of me. "Right. Can't have the whole base hearing you scream my name." "Exactly. I'm all yours to have." The growl of pleasure comes deep from my chest, my grip around her tightening as I head into the house and kick the door shut behind me. She's reminded me of something important, that her coming undone was for my eyes and ears only. The rest of this chapter is too spicy for YouTube. I appreciate that it is disappointing, but we must respect the rules that the platform has imposed upon us. If you would like the unabridged version with all the spicy details, I implore you to go to worldsofprotheka.com. Use code YouTube30 to get 30% off this book and all other digital products and bundles. And now, to continue on with the story. I love you so much, I tell her, my hand curling around her head gently. She breathes out a laugh, kissing my peck while lifting her head just enough to smile at me. I love you more, Pitha. Pulling her forward, I plant a kiss on her lips. Impossible. Chapter 31. In Hydral. To your left. I drop to the ground, rolling back onto my feet a split second before a club strikes the earth next to me. My sword is brought up close to my chest, fending off the coming attacks from the other orc pawing his blade at me. I counter it with a quick flick of my wrist, the sound of metal clashing with metal like music to my ears. It has me grinning when I shove my shoulder forward, knocking one of my opponents to the ground. Arg! Behind me, the noise of a club whisking through the air has me ducking again. You're a fast one, aren't you? I grin at my other companion. I seem to remember you were the one eager for a spare today. Onsliff was merely dragged along for the ride. The fallen orc at my feet groans in response. Charik holds his club out to me, swinging it at my head the second my eyes dart away. Too bad for him that I'd been expecting it. It's my one move that is foolproof in tricking my opponent into striking at me. If only any of them realized it beforehand. Pulling my sword back up, I check it against the base of the club, slicing it cleanly above Charik's hand. He lets out a scoff, watching the rest of the 3/4 of his club fall onto the dirty training ground, completely useless now. You play horribly. I roll my shoulders a few times, stretching my muscles. It isn't playing. I'm here to practice, not fool around. Onsliff pushes himself up off the ground, shoving me with his shoulder. You take life too seriously, you know that? Just as I'm about to shut him down with a rebuttal, a few of the guards from the north side of the wall run past us. What in the hell is happening? Charik mutters, turning to watch them head down towards the opposite side of the base. Not sure. I push past them, hooking my sword back into its hilt before hopping the small fence lining around the training field. A few more guards run past me, catching me by surprise. What is going on? Following after them, they lead me to a commotion up along the outer wall leading to the forest outside. A few guards are crowded around something, or rather, someone now that I've gotten a closer look. It's another orc, one who I don't find familiar at all, nor do I remember their name, is being held up by 2 other guards. His body sags between them, his face barely recognizable from how severely it's been beaten. His clothes are shredded along with gaping wounds bloodied and crusted over from whatever horrible fight he's been in. Where did he come from? To the left of me, more of a crowd gathers only to be pushed aside by old Malik, getting to the front of the scene to see what is going on. He's followed closely by our chieftain Pitha. What is going on? Pitha demands, his voice intimidating the grown crowd. We don't know. One of the guards holding up the fallen orc speaks. We found him trying to drag himself back here while we were patrolling the forest. Who is he? Old Malik steps forward, seemingly to get a better look. Both guards shrug. Just then, the orc slowly lifts his head. He coughs horribly, blood leaking out of his mouth and coloring his ruined shirt more. Eek. Pitha gets closer to him too, trying to hear him. I frown at the scene. I think he's trying to say Malik. Pitha searches for me, connecting my voice to my face with a frown. I shrug at him. That's what it sounds like anyway. Old Malik tugs the orc's face up with a hand at the back of his neck, holding his head up with a firm grip on his hair. I'm Malik. Bleary eyes slowly focus on him. Message. For you. Gods, Pitha mumbles before waving a hand. Can someone grab the medic? We need to take him to the infirmary. No. There is another choking cough. Won't make it. Gods, lay him down! Both guards bend to set him on the ground gently, positioning him upright enough for him not to choke on more of his own blood. It's honestly a sad state to see someone of our own kind to be in. I'd been around enough death in my life, but seeing someone on the precipice of it never gets easier. Old Malik lowers himself slowly to the ground. Tell me what you need to, and then we will let you rest. The orc raises his eyes, his breath shuddering out of him in a horrible, rattling way that has my toes curling in my boots. War. It's coming. Everyone around me, including myself, tenses. War, old Moloch prompts, trying to keep him talking. The war with the dark elves. Soon. It'll be here. It's been a rumor for a while now since old Moloch has arrived that there is something big going on behind the scenes. Not many of us have been privy to the information, but there are enough hardened faces walking out of the meetings building to know that something isn't right. Of course, most of my fellow fighters have brushed off my conspiracies as rumors and nothing to be concerned with, but it seems that I wasn't far off from the truth after all. They have monsters. Another rattling cough. A portal. That's what they'll use. Pitha crosses his arms over his chest. Where did you hear this? Saw it. With my own eyes. They want to destroy the planet. Moloch raises his head to fix Pitha with a look. They two share the same thought between them silently, a look that has me nervous watching it happen. If the Dark Elves were planning on making this way worse than it already has become, then we've got major problems. Destroy the planet? Why? What would be the end goal to that? Don't they also live on this planet? When old Moloch breaks away from his staring contest with Pitha, he nods to the orc. Thank you for getting me this message. As he goes to stand, the stranger's hand snatches him by the wrist in a surprising show of agility. They're using the humans as spies and planting them within the Alliance. The monsters they plan on bringing, they'll kill us all. Around me, other orcs began to murmur at his words. Things like humans, monsters, and kill us all being thrown around with a growing sense of worrying. I don't blame any of them, though, because I feel much the same. What did any of it mean? That's the real question. And how much has been hidden from us in order not to cause mass panic and chaos? There are some orcs that move away from the crowd to disperse back into the base. I'm sure to spread the word to everyone else now that we're all sufficiently freaked out. There is a gasp from the fallen orc, his eyes glazing over as he stares up into the sky above him. Oh. Old Moloch places a hand on his shoulder. What do you see? The god of war. I'm being called. Go now. You've been brave. Thank you for everything. With those last words, the orc's body goes limp and slumps in the guard's arms. By the war god, Pitha mutters. I don't like the look on his face. As our leader, I've never known him to look worried before. But now that's all I see written on his face. Just how bad is this war going to get? We've already been fighting it for generations, and now there has been an added twist of monsters being added to it. What are we going to do? Take the body to the infirmary, Pitha tells the guards. We'll give him a proper burial. Everyone else, clear out. Someone on the other side of me steps up. What about what he said? What does any of it mean? Pitha sighs. It's complicated. For now, all of you go back to what you were doing. I know that's not what you want to hear, but we need to get some things in order before we can figure out our next steps. For now, we'll need to get our guards up. There is some murmuring among the crowd, but no one is willing to stand up to their chieftain. As everyone disperses, I stay rooted to my spot, my eyes glued on the dead orc being hauled up by the guards. That means you too, in Hydril. I rip my eyes away to frown at my chieftain. The monsters he mentioned? I don't know anything about them. I search his face for the lie, but come up with nothing. But you know something. He fixes me with a look. Now's not the time to be digging around for information. Go back to the training grounds or go home for the day. Pitha turns from me, following old Moloch, who trails behind the guards, carrying the corpse back in the opposite direction that they'd come from. I sigh to myself, a pit forming in my stomach. Whatever is brewing on the horizon, I'm not going to let it drive us into extinction. If the Dark Elves really think they have a chance at slaughtering us so easily, they'll have to get through me first.